Good evening. At 6:01 p.m., this meeting of the Mountain View School Board is called to order. We will begin with our Pledge of Allegiance. We have Graham students here tonight. If you would like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, you may come up here towards the front. You don't have to, but it's an option. So come all the way up here. Thank you. And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much to our Graham student representatives. We will now take a roll call of the trustees.
Bill Lambert.
Laura Berman.
Laura Blakely.
Chris Chen.
Devin Conley. Let the record reflect that all 5 trustees are present. We're now on item 1C, which is the approval of the agenda. Are there any questions from trustees? Seeing as there are none, we will take public comment on this item. If you're a member of the public and you'd like to comment on the agenda, you can turn in a yellow card and approach the podium, raise your hand in Zoom, or press *9 on your phone. Seeing as there is no public comment at this time, is there a motion from trustees?
I move that we approve the agenda.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
On a motion made by trustee Lambert and seconded by trustee Blakely, the agenda is approved unanimously. We will now move on to item 2, our school showcase, with our Graham Middle School students, and Principal Galassi will introduce them.
Do I have to, okay, hello. Thank you for having us from Graham Middle School. We have some students here that we are going to showcase some activities that we're doing at Graham. And we'll start with, let's introduce ourselves and say what grade we're in.
Hi, my name is Maytal and I'm in 8th grade.
Hi, my name is Sophia and I'm in 8th grade.
My name is Nathaniel. I'm in 7th grade.
My name is Connor and I'm in 7th grade.
And then we provided oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the slideshow of Graham, which is the home of the Bears. How do you go?
Oh, yeah.
We're here to tell you about some of the great and amazing things that happened this year at Graham. At Graham, we've hosted a lot of fun and really entertaining school dances.
We also, GMST took a lot of photos at these and we host a bunch of different events. Like this is the door decorating contest we did, as well as some other photos from the Halloween dance, which is super fun. And I think like makes a lot of kids engage with school events. This was another dance that we did. These are all organized by our leadership classes that they work on throughout the year. And we also have a bunch of like fun activities at these dances, like the bottom right picture, which is like limbo dance that we did, which is really fun.
At Graham, we also have school-wide events like Spirit Days. We might have Pajama Day where students can come to school in pajamas, or anything but a backpack day where students are challenged to bring their supplies to school without using a backpack. So it's really a great time for students to express their creativity.
And we also show pride in keeping our campus clean by picking up people's trash that aren't even ours. And also we use like recycling and trash bins and throwing away trash to keep the bathrooms clean as well.
We also plan rallies where students assemble and they can participate in fun games like musical chairs and Connect Four race.
These are some, we have home teams that we meet up with once in a while, and like you go with your friends and we have a bunch of fun activities to do with your home team. These are some posters that we made, like Turner's T-Rex. So
And recently we also had a biking show for a revisit day, which was the 16th of February, and we had these amazing, talented um people that were um like jumping on bikes onto these high ramps, and they kind of dove up in the air, and we thought that everybody enjoyed it, including the students and staff members.
there's another example of stuff that our leadership classes do. This was a coin drive that they organized where a bunch of kids like donated their spare change to good causes. And so it just everybody like donates, and it's a really good way to like raise money for good. We also, this was one of my favorite events this whole year. This was the best one. We got to pie teachers in the face after the coin drive. The teachers that got the most money from that coin drive got pied in the face, and GMSD live streamed it publicly on YouTube, and that was the best part.
We also have a lot of fun lunchtime activities. So sometimes we'll have, every once in a while, we'll have the MVHS marching band come over to perform. Recently, we had an axe throwing competition for, not a real, okay, yeah, not a real axe, but yeah. So students could win prizes. And we also have lunchtime tournaments for kickball and basketball. And the winners of these tournaments can play the teachers in a final game. And so it's really fun to have the students and teachers play each other.
This was the 8th grade Yosemite trip. I was on this one, and it was really fun to go with my friends, and we stayed in cabins and ate way too much food and way too much sugar that we shouldn't have, and maybe got sick from that, but it was okay, and it was really fun.
Um, and personally, I wasn't there, but what I've heard from a lot of like my friends is that it was really fun and educational for for some of the staff and the teachers, because they got to experience this beautiful like an amazing moment, because they got to travel for so long to be able to see pretty mountains.
Our leadership team also has posters, motivational posters for our Graham student athletes to boost their spirit. And speaking of student athletes, we have a lot of students that love sports at Graham. So we offer several sports, including cross country, wrestling, softball, track, basketball, volleyball, a lot of different options. I personally was on the basketball, cross country, and track teams, and it's just really fun. It's a great way for students to learn teamwork, fitness, and just have some fun.
In November we had our Dia de los Muertos, or Day of the Dead celebration. And basically we had a lot of food, and we had a lot of teachers, Mexican teachers, that were able to represent what Day of the Dead or Dia de los Muertos was actually about, and the culture and like some of the backstories about it. And we had lots of fun like the dances and the culture was really fun for them, and for a lot of the students.
This is a photo of some of the clubs that we do at school. My favorite part about these clubs is they're like very student led. So the teachers give us a lot of independence, and it gives us a lot of like creative freedom and like decision over what these clubs have. So we have like over 20 options of different clubs, all of them like or like student-led and students decide what we do. And especially like book club, like we all decide the books we read and we lead our own meetings. And for like book club, personally for me, I was pretty shy as a sixth grader, and then I joined book club and started leading meetings, and it gave me more confidence to do like public speaking.
Thank you so much for listening, and we hope you enjoyed. And this is a picture of our leadership class with the bear mask on the background.
Creepy bear.
Now we're gonna wrap up with this video.
Might be no sound. Yeah. And we can even play it later because it's 4 minutes. Nice. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Graham. I think we're going to try and get the video to play from a different device. It might have to be later in the meeting, but we will definitely play it and watch it with audio for the public as well. Yeah, oh, sorry, there are some questions from trustees before you
Yeah, I
walk
have
out
a
the door.
question For you. Do you guys take any classes at school?
Trustee Chang.
Has student leadership talked about the potential middle school schedule changes?
Oh, well, that is good feedback. Thank you.
You can always write to us. It's trustees@mvwsd.org. Anybody can write to us and we read all of our emails. So if you have opinions on things, feel free to share.
All right, thank you so much. We really appreciate you all coming out and sharing about Graham Middle School tonight. All right. We can try the video right now. You want to give it a shot and let's see if it works with the audio? Oh, okay. It does not appear to work. So we're going to have to work on getting our audio lined up with the video. All right. Will we post the video online afterward?
We can try to get the original file.
Okay. So we're going to look at posting the original file online afterward that has the audio with it. We will now move on to item 3, special recognition. This is our employee recognition for the Turtle Award.
Yep, so at the beginning of the month, or our first meeting, we always take the opportunity to recognize employees. It's actually employees recognizing other employees. And so this month, 47 employees were recognized for the Turtle Award. So we're still going strong. And so I just present the list of teachers to you for you to recognize, and their turtles as well as the cards from what people said thanking them will be in the mail tomorrow.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Are there any questions or comments from trustees on that item? If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on our special recognition, you can raise your hand in Zoom or press star 9 on your phone or approach the podium in person. Seeing as there is no public comment at this time, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Are there any questions from trustees regarding consent? If you're a member of the public and you'd like to comment on the consent agenda, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press star 9 on your phone, or approach the podium if you are here in person. Seeing as there are no comments at this time, is there a motion from trustees?
I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
I second.
All those in favor? Aye. On a motion made by trustee Blakely and seconded by trustee Lambert, the consent agenda is approved unanimously. We'll now move on to item 5, communications. We'll start with employee organizations. Are there any representatives of employee organizations who would like to address the board at this time? You can raise your hand in Zoom, press star 9 on your phone, or approach the podium in person. Seeing as there are none, we'll move on to district committees. Are there any representatives of district committees who would like to address the board at this time? All right, we'll move on to the superintendent update then.
All right, well, good evening, everyone. So want to start off with a couple good notes. So earlier this week, we had our cafecito, which was a really success. I know that we had a couple competing meetings, so I think our board rep wasn't there, but it was, we realized that pizza is what gets everybody out. So it was, we had a larger crowd than normal, so we'll make sure we do it. And it was a really lively and meeting, and it actually went over its allotted time, which is always a good thing. And recognize that, my Spanish isn't fast enough at times to keep up with some of the families, but we're working on it. I also want to just congratulate both negotiating teams. We did settle negotiations. At least in my 9 years here, this is the fastest that's ever happened. And I believe the union is waiting to hold a vote, and then we will bring back it for the board to ratify, and we'll talk about what the terms are. But I think both sides were willing to give and take, and the tone and tenor of it was really great compared to 3 years ago. And just really excited that we can move forward. We actually just started negotiations with CSEA, so we're hoping to see a similar result. But again, just real good to have that under our belt and have a 3-year deal again with very limited reopeners that are not tied to any types of financial impact. So I'm excited about that. Just want to remind everybody that we do have a community check-in tomorrow. I know we normally do them earlier in the month, but the ones coming in is usual format. So looking forward to talking to parents. And this, our next meeting actually will take place after spring break. But I just want to remind our parents that that's actually right around the time the CAS testing window starts. So after our students come back from spring break, you have a couple days to do sort of the test prep or get used to whatever the assessment is, and sort of do the practice exams, and then they actually go into it. So just a preemptive wishing all of our students the best of luck on the CAS exam. And we'll be talking about what that looks like. And just to remind, there are science exams that are coming, then we'll wrap up with iReady and Literally. And then finally, we also, trustees, our team said you should have an invitation for the reclassification ceremony. So super excited about that. We'll be at Crittenden And it's always a lively and fun event, so hopefully all of us can be there. So I have
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. If you're a member of the public and you want to comment on the communications item, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or approach the podium in person. Seeing as there is no public comment at this time, we'll move on to item 6, community comments. This is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and administration welcome this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. To address the board, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card. All right, I do not see any virtual speakers, but we do have one in-person speaker. So we'll allocate 3 minutes. We're going to get a timer up for you. And you may begin when you are ready.
Great. My name is Lillian Good. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. Over the past year plus, we've heard about the struggles to provide even basic literacy skills to Mountain View-Westman School District students. And in fact, it was determined that the district was not adequately providing for the early literacy needs of all of our students. We've heard how the district is committed to improving literacy skills in our earliest learners, and I commend the district on taking action on this entirely essential foundational skill. The establishment of the Early Literacy Pilot Program was a great step in trying to make sure that students are reading at grade level at the critical milestone of 3rd grade, when there's the transition from learning to read to reading to learn. The statistic from late spring 2023 that 33% of 2nd graders were reading below grade level was an awful statistic. And that definitely needs investment of time and effort, such that from 3rd grade on, these students are able to access the education that they've been promised and that they deserve. My concern, and the reason for why I'm here to address the board tonight, is that the ongoing intention to continue the early literacy program only at select schools is in direct violation of the district's strategic goal to provide effective and consistent instructional practices that meet the needs of all students. At the last board meeting, we heard a wonderful progress update regarding the great strides that the early literacy program has achieved. Test scores have had double-digit increases, and most importantly, children have been more effectively able to learn to read. So choosing to focus only on struggling readers at just 4 schools is not equitable at the individual student level. Every student that fails to achieve mastery in learning to read deserves help, regardless of which school they attend. The early literacy program should be expanded to all schools for their struggling readers. Teachers and aides should be proportionally assigned to every school based upon the number of students identified that are at risk or in need. A dyslexic student at Landals needs and deserves just as good an education as a student at Montaloma. A 2nd grade student who reads at a kindergarten level at Vargas should receive the same support that a student reading at a kindergarten level receives at Thierkoff. Equitable distribution of resources amongst all children needs to be a priority. The district should not solely be focused on test scores for schools as a whole. Every child in this district deserves a great education. Mountain View-Westman School District should not choose to ignore the needs of students at 55% of their elementary schools. Starting with the 2024 to 2025 school year, the early literacy program should be expanded to children in need at every school. Please consider making this change a priority to meet the needs of children, all children in our district.
Thank you very much, Ms. Good.
Thank you.
We will now move on to item 7, review and discussion. We'll start with 7A, the Reimagining Castro Plan update. We'll hear from Superintendent Dr. Rudolph and our Director of Equity, Megan Pullman.
All right, good evening. We wanted to provide an update about reimagining cash flow and sort of our approach to making adjustments with the goal of really developing a plan of action that we can present to the board that will be a multi-year plan of action in terms of outcomes and improvements. So we'll touch base on the purpose of this. We'll give an update in terms of the meetings that we've actually taken place as well as the work. We'll share preliminary learnings from our site visits, and then we'll also just sort of talk about next steps. And I just want to preface this by saying that we still have more work to do. There's another round of visits coming up next week. And so uh, while we have some ideas, there's nothing concrete just yet that is actually set in stone, right? So we'll bring that back a little bit later. But right now, we're just talking about, so what have we learned? So this aligns with several areas of our strategic plan around effective and consistent instructional practices, social emotional health, inclusive and welcoming environments, as well as effective and engaged employees and equitable distribution of resources. So the challenge that was put in front of us by the board was how do we increase access to high quality and culturally responsive education experiences for all of our students at Castro, especially considering the historical challenges that Castro has had over the years. And we sort of looked at this in a couple of different ways. We started off by doing a qualitative as well as a quantitative review. And what we noticed was that students while they were growing, they still were below the district averages. And we are still, because Castro happens to be school with the highest the highest concentration of needs, not only with homeless students, but also with students who qualify for free and reduced lunch, as well as EL students. We notice that they're still struggling to rebound from the school closures. As noted, although in our last update, we noted that chronic absenteeism is actually is on a drop at the schools, but it was a big issue at the Castro school site, which could have also exacerbated some of the issues that we were noticing in terms of the data. And then, of course, similar to what we've seen just across the district, um, we just noticed that there was an increased level of suspension, which is sort of an indicator of the overall health and well-being of students' social emotional health. And then from a qualitative standpoint, by going out and visiting the site, we noticed that there is a need for increased academic rigor. There is a need for more social supports. And then there also is a need to strengthen and lengthen the instructional box to overcome some of the barriers. Now, and I do want to point out that just you have an ad hoc committee. Trustee Berman and Trustee Blakely, at any point, please feel free to join in if you want to share some of the experiences, especially because there are some schools that I was unable to visit because of other commitments. So I don't want to, as well as Director Bowman, all three of you feel free to share the work that's been taking place. So we do want to manage expectations. This, as we talked about the lily pond effect, this will take a couple years. And having done this work at 3 different schools, I can tell you that it doesn't happen overnight, and that the expectation that it will happen overnight, it will come either at a cost way too high, or it will really present itself as a pyrrhic victory. And what we're looking for is really systemic change at the school. It also will require some time, human resources, and financial investment. So when we come back to the board will need to make some decisions about how it wants to really invest in this. Some of those decisions may be delayed just because it will take time to phase them in. But it is important to note that part of the reason why we're developing this plan of action is for the board to weigh in about its commitment to invest in the actual school, which is actually one of the things that we heard from the Castro community. So let's look at the work today. So we've explored the Castro data, which we reported on. We developed a committee that consists of district office staff, teachers, administrators, and parents. We've identified the priorities, and now we are currently seeking expertise and best practices. And then within there, we are starting to look at what are the key actions for each priority. And then we'll start setting goals. We'll create a timeline, and then we'll also share the plan with the community. So these things are all coming up. And we do have we do already have 2 community sessions on the books, which I'll talk about towards the end. So this presentation has been updated since the actual board meeting or board posting. So again, as I talked about, we have 3 teachers, 2 parents, the principal, as well as 4 district leaderships representing different departments, so special ed, EL, as well as our equity, our Office of Equity, and of course, just the general district. And then we have 2 board members, which was the ad hoc committee that was sort of created. Uh, and so as we looked at this, there were 3 different areas that we really wanted to focus in on. And this is where our attention and time has been. Again, having done this work before, you, there's so many things that you can sort of focus on and try to do, but you really want to concentrate your efforts into actions that sort of cross or sort of are the connective tissue across each one of these areas. And so the 3 that we focused in on was learning acceleration, enriching the culture, and the social and emotional supports. And so every time we go out to the school, these are the actual things that we're looking for. Now we'll talk about that a little bit more. But our real goals here is that we want more kids to be proficient in ELA and math. We want them to have access to high quality educational experiences, but we also need to be mindful that when 20% of the school is homeless, that there are additional supports that need to be put in place also. So these become the 3 levers that we're looking to pull. So we can influence the instruction practices. We can't influence the things outside, but inside, we can talk about what does teaching and learning look like in the classroom. We can focus on the school structure. So how do we structure the day? And how do we prioritize learning? I'll talk about some of those items. And then, of course, um, I will look towards the 3 other individuals who are in this sort of virtual meeting to talk also about some of their insights. And then also the quality of relationships. So how do we continue to build connections with our actual students? And we created this framework to sort of guide our work. So one of the things that I've learned, the first school that I was a principal of was a high school that was funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And as we would travel across the country from Albuquerque to Seattle, one of my takeaways was that while it was great to see all these things, oftentimes we would pick up bits and pieces, but it wasn't in a very organized sort of fashion. And so it's great to have people see it and try to contextualize it, but it's also really important to create some type of framework so that we can capture the learnings that we see. So it's easy for us to go back and sort of think about, well, what did we see when we went to Mission Prep? Or what did we see when we went to Monarch, right? As opposed to you thinking like, oh yeah, we're in Seattle. And I think we learned this, this, and this, but like you didn't capture it in a way you're looking back at pictures. So we really want to be intentional about figuring this out. And then for that, there are also some look for documents, right? So we want to see, so what is it that we're learning when we're talking about varied instruction? How do we see small group instructions? What type of quick checks for understanding or quick assessments are there? For structures, how do schools actually focus on accelerating students? Because one of the challenges that you have is that it's not just about kids showing up below grade level and trying to get them to grade level. If we expect them to catch up with their peers who are already ahead of them, we need more growth at that school than a year's worth of growth for them to just be on par. And I think a good example of that is most of our students are starting at the 100-yard line, and our students at Cashville are starting at 120. But we're expecting them to all finish at the exact same spot. And so we need to be mindful that we have to find a way to accelerate our students a little bit more. And then, of course, at the heart of all the work that we do, there are relationships and supports that need to be addressed. And so how do you do that? And I thought, a good example of this is when we were at Monarch, which was a school that was designated just for homeless, right? There was a very strong intentional approach to making sure that the families were connected in a way that helped to sort of venerate them, but at the same time make people feel whole, because you're dealing with a whole community in San Diego that is homeless. And how do they come to school and focus on the educational outcomes when there's so many other things that are taking place in their lives that under most circumstances would make us say like they should get a pass from this one. So we need to build those types of relationships. And one of the interesting things that I've seen is that most of the pieces are actually there in our schools. It's really it's a decision about how do we intentionally sort of coordinate these items so that they're not sort of done in a disjointed kind of way. So there's a lot of value in going to see schools. I know oftentimes people will point to schools that are nearby, um, and and it's true. Like yes, we could go to a school within our district, but I will say that there is value in going to a school um, that is dealing with poverty in a different way and sort of understanding, well, this school, in order to get 70% out, 70% of the students on grade level, is making an intentional decision about breakfast and to carve out time and say it is okay to have breakfast during the day so that we can take care of the social emotional needs of the students before they start the day. And that only happens when you see it in an example that isn't so close to home, so that you can internalize it and ask the right questions, which I think we did when we went to Newark, which is like, could we actually do this? So we started off with a visit to Castro, and what we noticed was that there are dedicated teachers who really want to serve Castro, and they want to work with other teachers that serve the Castro community. There's a lot of teamwork and collective responsibility that actually exists there. Some of the challenges that we notice is that there isn't a clear vision for how to turn around the schools. There are issues around peer conflict and behavior challenges. And staff and leadership turnover has reduced staff cohesion and increases the need for professional development and support for new teachers. And then finally, finding time and maximizing longer instructional blocks is also one of the items there. And so one of the priorities that we identified was student achievement through relationships and serving their social emotional needs, as well as literacy. Cash flow as the, the most number of students who come into the school without the basic necessities in order to meet the standards for kindergarten. And that is the challenge that we have just at the very start of their academic career. And couple that with students, some of whom are coming in on grade level. And this wide disparity that exists at Castro also makes the job a little bit harder. So we then decided after we went to Castro that we needed to do some external school visits. And so we started off, I mean, there's so many schools in the nation. It's like, so where do you start and where do you go? And we started with National Blue Ribbon Schools. But we looked at the National Blue Ribbon Schools cohorts because those are schools that have met national standards for turning out for producing outcomes. And we looked at schools that mirror Castro in terms of their demographics. We also looked at the community school models, and we wanted to look at 4 different areas, right? So one, when you look at the Blue Ribbon schools, they often talk about integrated supports. They talk about how they enrich and expand learning opportunities. They have active family and community engagement, and they also have collaborative leadership processes. So our first set of schools, we went to Newark, New Jersey, and I think this is a good time for board members to also share some of their insights as they get to the schools. So our first set was the common schools. These is approximately 85% social emotional, social economically disadvantaged, 13% students with disabilities, 5% EL, and less than 5% McKinney-Vento. And so in this case, we were looking at a school. It's more about the poverty line that we were looking at instead of the EL. And we will eventually get to schools that have higher percents of EL, but the challenge is still the same. in terms of what they were doing. But what's really interesting about the two schools that we went to, Liberty and Fairmont, is that about 70 to 75% of the students were scoring proficient on their state tests, and they do use a similar. They're in the same consortium as us, so it's not that these are different tests. And this also is two schools on one campus. So I'll just take a moment and allow the board members, sorry to put you on the spot, to share some of the insights from it, and then also Director Coleman, if you want to share just some of the key learnings, and then I'll talk about some of the things that we found.
Sure. And Laura, Trustee Blakely, please jump in as you see fit. One of the things that stood out just from the start was jumping in and getting a chance to see breakfast time. So it was almost a full house in their cafeteria. Kids were eating. Kids had activities that they were working on as well. And there was a whole group gathering that was facilitated by the principal. And I think the best way to describe it was, 10 minutes of self-affirmations, getting ready for the day, celebrating students, celebrating birthdays. I think the day that we were there, the birthday celebration happens maybe once a month. So that was a little special. But the students were, coming up and sharing affirmations for the day. So kids were affirming their identity, what their strengths are. And it was just a really incredible opportunity to see how they build in that sort of resilience or identity, that social emotional boost in the morning before they get off to their day. There was a system for how kids line up there were teachers all around. It was a big gathering, big celebration to boost the day. So a lot of call and response, positive affirmations with the call and response. And they do a math practice because the focus for this year is math. So they start the morning off with something academic. And so the principal will pose a question and take responses from around the room. And kids are just very engaged with the whole activity. And then they walk out, and they were walking out singing Lift Every Voice and Sing. So kids were engaged with their bodies, with their voices as they walk out. So there's this intentionality that you'll see sort of throughout the day in our visit. I think that word intentionality was sort of, this is where I saw it in our first school visit, and it's sort of a common thread across all the schools I think that we've seen so far. And I think it was the other thing that really stood out to me right when we stepped in was, a school that shows a really great example. There are two schools that show, this when we think of cultural representation or cultural identity. This is a school that serves students that are majority African American, and there were, Black leaders of color like on the walls with quotes and messages, and there's teachers of color in the classroom as well. So it was a place that I think really represented the culture of the student body as all over the school, and I think that was also very special to see.
I was impressed by that second feature that Trustee Berman just described. The morning routine was the call and response. We when we were breaking things down, we talked about the power of the collective, and to me, it almost felt like the Borg from the Star Trek. It was so kind of military and very very controlled and scripted, super scripted. The kids seemed to do fine with it, but it felt very foreign to me, and it didn't really look like the kids were having that much fun to me. I kept wanting to see the kids having fun, and they were all just in their sort of working roles from my perspective. So it's interesting, I did really appreciate all the African American leaders and quotes, and I think the lessons that we saw also were very culturally appropriate. And there were other things at that school. They had 2 teachers in every classroom of 30 students, which I wish that we could afford that across our campus, but I'm not sure that we can. And so that made it a lot easier to break down into small groups and customize. Another thing that school does, or those 2 schools, they each do, is they have some kind of group of staff that prepares the lessons. And so the teachers don't have to do the lesson planning. They just get these prepared lessons. And then the verb that they use was to internalize them. And, that's something worth perhaps looking into because the teachers, I even asked the teachers that were part of the group, like, how would you feel about that? And everybody was sort of scratching their head, but to not have to think of what the content that you're delivering is, but really focus more on how you're going to deliver the content to each student at their level, it, gives them a lot of direction so they're not having to do both. So that, I thought that was very interesting, a different model. And then they also you talked about the scheduling, like every class was doing the same thing every day. It's like all the teachers had the same lesson plan and they weren't kind of getting ahead of each other or behind, but it made it a whole lot easier when there were absences. And they had like a floating substitute or an additional, I don't know, the different schools that we've gone to have often had this like extra couple, one or two teachers that can fill in as well. And because everybody knows what the lesson is, it's always going to be uniform. So, I mean, there were some things there that I thought were very interesting and may merit further consideration at our schools, Castor, and perhaps others.
Awesome. And Dr. Rudolph, did you want me to talk a little bit about some of the key takeaways from the debrief the next day?
I'll wrap that. I wasn't sure if you wanted to share any other insights.
Oh no, I think the both of the our trustees did a perfect job.
So during the visit, we saw multiple classrooms. We had the principals were gracious enough to give us a lot of their time, as well as the deans from both sites. And what's interesting, they have a dean of students who focus mainly on discipline. They also have an academic dean whose sole purpose was to look at sort of the data, and they run the data team. And the principal actually spent most of their time doing professional development. In fact, at one point, I saw her actually doing the PD in front. She sort of took over a class and sort of led it. And so that's a different experience, even for me, right? To see someone jump in in midstream of the lesson. But it also talks a little bit more about their intentionality of it. And then obviously the large school gatherings made a big impression on us. I keep thinking back to our Puerto Rican queen. I forget her name, but she was super adorable. And it was just the fact that the affirmation, like she was like, and there was another Black kid who said the same thing, like, today I'm going to go crush my math exam because I'm going to be a math genius. And so this idea of just affirming your own worth was really good. And then we conducted a workshop with members the next day just to sort of record the process. And so here are some of the things that we took away. There was whole school enrichment activities and community building. And by the way, I do want to point out this does not mean that there weren't things that we found we could find fault of. I think there were tons of areas that, I sort of like, oh, contextually that won't work. Or personally, I just don't necessarily agree with. But it doesn't mean that there weren't bright shining spots for them. So there was whole school enrichment activities and community building. For instance, during the hour that they have breakfast, students are actually working on assignments that they're struggling in, or they are practicing on assignments that will sort of work, that they're trying to improve upon. And so it was this intentionality of, I know that, Laura is struggling with this, so I'm going to give her this assignment to practice, and then I'm going to check up on it a little bit later on. They did have intentional transitions between kids in classes. And what is interesting about this schedule, not only was it the same lessons, but it was, instead of allowing teachers the flexibility to choose when they should do ELA or math, they all did it at the same time. So in the event that a teacher was out, a kid wouldn't miss anything, which is a really interesting thing because, I was a principal for 11 years. And in those 11 years, I never once aligned elementary schedule. When I was an elementary principal, we never aligned the schedule that way. We always sort of were like, oh, let the teachers make a decision. But we face the exact same problem that they face, which is when a teacher doesn't show up and you have to disperse kids, the kid ends up sitting there and sort of wasting time. So that part was kind of interesting for us to look into. Obviously, the breakfast is something that, We know that students at Castro are really struggling and that sometimes the only meals that they're getting are the meals they receive at the school, included on the weekend. So the fact that instead of it being a second chance breakfast, they just say, we're going to just do breakfast at the beginning, was really interesting. And, you know, just explicit teaching of routines and expectations. You know, all the teachers bought into the idea that this is about professional development. Granted, this is a charter school, so some of the expectations are a little bit different in terms of they don't have the same bargaining power. So we need to contextualize that. But most of their time was spent, as the trustees stated, about internalizing lessons. So their professional development was about teaching lessons. It wasn't about here's a new program that's coming down. It was, look, someone has done the data analysis for us. Someone has determined that this is what we need to focus in on for the next trimester or quarter. And we're really just going to dive in. And our job is to internalize and really learn how to teach this. And even in their PD sessions, they would give each other feedback in terms of, is this lesson working or is this lesson not working? So that was a very interesting part. And then obviously the SEL, embedded activities and daily routines. I think there is something to be said about seeing people that look like you. And I think that is something that all of our schools could probably do a lot more of. Not saying that they don't, but just, you know, and it's interesting because it's also a school that's indoors. So you have a lot more wall space to sort of play on. But it's just the idea that, you know, you see John King, who was a Secretary of Education, or you see, oh, shoot, I'm going to forget his name, but he always said, you got to get in good trouble, Cory Booker. So to see them sort of sitting there and up on the walls really made a big difference. So I think the biggest thing that we took away from it was like, it's this power of the collective, right? It really is. Everybody has bought into the system. And I know that, you know, Trustee Blakely said it felt like the Borg, but it was like, this is our school and everyone seemed to have ownership of it. In fact, one of the teachers was a former parent there and said that when she moved to Newark, she was crying. And then she found this school and now both of her kids had graduated from college. And she was so enamored with the school that she left her school district and went to go work at this school. And I think she had been there for 15 years, right? So it had that much of an impact that a teacher entrusted their children by chance and then ended up saying that I need to work there. And she was also sort of modeling or helping other special ed teachers too. And then again, identity, shared language, behavior, instruction routines. It is very interesting. They're probably a lot tougher than what we're used to in terms of discipline. But in talking with the dean of students, one of the things she said is the reason why I can be tough is because I've built strong relationships with all the parents. So I'm not just calling them when a kid is getting in trouble. I've already talked with the parent about 20 other things. And then it just so happens that this is the time that I talk to the parent about this kid being in trouble. So this idea of relationships really made a difference, but it also meant like this idea of like no missed days, no missed kids, right? They wanted to make sure that kids were always there. So the next ones that we did, and I have to, so I can't give insights into the first set of schools, but I will let the trustees sort of talk about what they saw. I did go to the Monarch School, and again, I just had a conflict, and we also talked with the San Diego County Office of Education about community schools. So I'll just turn it back over to the trustees just to share some of their insights from Carver Academy Charter. And then also Monarch in the County Office of Education.
So that first school we went to go see was Carver Academy. It was a magnet school with the district. And what was special about that school is that they did these exhibitions, exploration sessions. They were 6 weeks sessions twice a year. So in the fall and in the springtime, where students can, this is sort of what gave them that blue ribbon, right? That blue ribbon school seal, is that they had these exhibitions that students and families, and it was a whole community pull to pull off these exhibitions where kids can sort of express, these are classes or things that I want to practice or learn about and do. And someone decides to run that class, and for 6 weeks, every Friday for an hour, the whole school, all of the kids go off into their exhibition class, exploration class. And, and some of them are led by the older students, and they have to come up with a proposal with what they want to lead. And they've shared that it's been an incredible leadership opportunity for students to sort of play the role of teacher, having to design a whole course and manage the whole group of younger students, kindergarten, first graders, and how joyful it is for the younger ones to learn from the older students. It is also something that's intentionality, again, intentionally organized on Fridays, and they have seen it be a big pull for student attendance. So they were noticing a lot of students out on Fridays, and now kids are like, I tell their parents, like, please don't, no appointments on Fridays. I have to be there at school. So they've seen an improvement in their attendance because of kids are really highly motivated to be there Fridays, and that's really impacted their numbers. And something that we saw here was just a very strong relationship between the principal of the school and the coach of the school. So together, they really, they, I don't, for lack of better words, I think they sort of create put the rigor and have the vision for what students need at that school. And it comes down to the message over and over again is, what do our students need? What do these students at our school and our community need? And what data are we using? What is our data telling us? What curriculum are we using? What is the curriculum telling us? Is this the best thing that we have to use? And what teachers need more support? So there's a lot of transparency around looking at the data. This data is looked at very closely, and you have a very hands-on coach that coaches everything from ELA and writing to math. And they were able to showcase the data up, and with so much confidence able to say, tell me the name of a student, and I'll tell you exactly where they are. So there's this definite understanding of where every student is, and an understanding too of how to support the teachers that need a little bit of support.
Just a couple more glosses on that. They have the coach prepares the data. They've got somebody else, I don't know if it was the coach or a specific person, who gets all the data and lays it all out. So the teachers don't have to sift through and do all that. They get it, for each student. It's like, and it's just a grid for each student, who needs work on which specific area. And the teachers didn't have to do that work. But they receive it to analyze it and figure out what the students need. Another thing, I know that this was not a charter school. I don't believe it was a magnet school. It says charter in our PowerPoint, but it was a magnet school in the public district. The lessons of the classes that we walked through were very intentional, and the rigor of how they delivered them, they were just really on it. And so I think there was a lot of coaching, but teachers really were very good at delivering the lessons. And we had, I think, kinder and second grade classes. And there were kids that, wiggly like kids are after lunch. And one teacher kept saying, my turn, this is my turn. You'll get a turn later, but this is my turn. So the classroom management was also very evident, and, not punishing kids, but just really keeping things under control and focusing in on the lessons. So that was one of the things that really impressed me about that school. I liked it a lot.
I think something that I'll add is that they've been so intentional in the curriculum that they use, that they've decided, we're going to teach this with fidelity, right? We're going to support our teachers to understand how to use this tool because the data is telling us that it works. So with the coach, the principal will support all of the teachers to make sure that they know how to use the tools from that selected curriculum really well. So there's not a lot of pulling from other places. And they found that, teaching the chosen selected curriculum that is working for their students has actually really benefited them as well. And they've been able to see sustained growth over time.
something at this school and other schools. I'm not an educator by training, and so some of the things I honestly, having been on the school board for 7+ years, had not appreciated is the scheduling. And they had a very consistent schedule that allowed for blocks for each teaching grade level group to work together and with the coach, like on a very regular basis. And they had aligned their, I think the teachers used to have PE brought in from outside. And they have art and music, I think, from outside. And they gave up the PE because it was easier to align things so that they could collaborate together and get their PD together. And so that was something also as well. And I know we've been hearing that it's a big challenge at Castro, in part because of the shared facilities with Mistral and having to share the playground and chop things up, and in part because we have, a lot of extras coming in from outside, like CSMA and that sort of thing. But to the extent somebody can design a schedule that is consistent, we were hearing at a variety of these schools that was super helpful.
Can I share one last thing? They also had this model for the early literacy intervention where as a grade, like all the students sort of move around and transition, sort of similar to our idea with RTI. But they do use a very specific curriculum. They're looking at the data and they sort of move students around to make sure that they're getting the exact lessons that that level of student needs. And then they'll look at the data again and sort of reassess it sounds like they started with the upper grade teachers using this and then slowly trickled down. It was so effective that it sort of trickled down all the way down to kindergarten, and all the teachers got on board because they saw how powerful it was in terms of that in particular with their reading data, and also looking at their students that were ELL and what it would take for them to reclassify. They said for them, the principal said, I had this epiphany after so many years of being in education, like why, we definitely look at our big assessments, but that's one that I felt like we needed to look at more deeply. And when we did, we saw such huge gains for those students. And that is truly, truly a game changer for students when they reclassify, because it can change their opportunities when they get to high school and beyond, right? So they said that we noticed that their numbers of EL seemed a little low. And she said, that's because we've done such a great job reclassifying students.
So when I joined the team, the next day, all of them were really impressed by the amount of rigor that occurred at Carver. And the second day really focused in on how do you make sure that there's intentionality about all the supports that are taking place. So when we went to Monarch School, it is run through a county partnership. There are duplicated services, both through the county as well as through the school system. And it's, again, 100% McKinney-Vento. And so there's a lot more needs that are taking place. But again, there's a lot of intentionality about the coordination of programs so that even though there's duplicate services, there is a clear line of where the school goes and then where someone takes over. So for instance, you saw guidance counselors who were helping kids apply for the FAFSA, but at the same time, in that same office, you would see, and we were fortunate to meet a parent who actually was getting housing within the next week. And so it was like their school community engagement facilitator was doing that work, but then they were connecting them to another agency that was going to help with the housing aspect of it, right? So that they're just not moving into an empty house. And so it was interesting to see how they could, through this intentional effort and sharing of resources, that they would pass families and people back and forth to make sure that, everything was sort of taking place in a coordinated effort. What's also interesting about the school is that they had tons of showers for their students. And, they wanted to make sure, again, at the beginning of the day, all the students got breakfast, but it also was a time for them to sign up in a very dignified way without notifying anybody. If they needed to take a shower or they needed to take care of something else, that they would. And this is also another instance where you saw the school checking in on kids during the start of the day. And it's, again, like they were very intentional that, you know what, we need to have a way to sort of see how kids are doing for their well-being and sort of figure out what comes next. And I think even they have a high school. And so even the intentionality around they have, at first I thought it was an F1 driving video game, but they have a driving simulator to help kids practice behind the wheel. So because they said, I mean, how else are you supposed to get a kid to drive a car? And it's possible for some of these families that the car is the home. So they having this or the intentionality of, the data suggests that once the kids graduated, that some of them went to college, but not all of them. And so they were re-examining the courses that they had to determine what was best. Not that they were trying to water down the system and walk away from the A through G requirements, but instead saying to ourselves that we have the opportunity to partner with a community college to get our kids through the door and offering CTE courses that are more in the kids' interest is where we should be, as opposed to assuming that they want the following classes. So this, you can start to see that there's this emergence of themes around what is it that our kids need? How do we build these relationships? How do we focus in on the data to make sure that the lessons that they're taking that are taking place? And there were some intentional strategies at Monarch School. I didn't get to hear the final part because I had to come back in terms of how they wanted to approach. But it was the idea of like, we're going to remove some of the hurdles for our teachers, and we're going to allow our teachers to focus in on the learning, but we're going to do a lot of the data analysis up front so that we're not spending our time asking teachers to disaggregate all the data and make sense of it. That part, the heavy lifting of the data analysis was done for them, but how I apply it was the focus of the conversation afterwards. And I just want to point out part of the reason why there's no debrief here is because it actually occurred 2 days ago, which was after this meeting, or after this was posted. Sorry. Sure.
Just a couple of other things about that school. They had recently rebuilt it. It used to be like in a gym or something initially, and it was gorgeous. Like not from the outside, but you walk in, and right at the front was the area for parents to get training, and there were showers for parents to sign up for, and like washing machines, and that they could sign up. But that was kind of off to the side. And then you're in this huge atrium that has lots of light up top, and the gym was off to the back, and rooms were upstairs and downstairs. But there were huge like murals and hangings and art everywhere. It was really colorful, and I just walked in and I thought, I want to be here. It was gorgeous, and I think there's something to be said for art, in a welcoming place. So that was one thing. Also, you mentioned honoring the student voice at all levels. This was a K-12 school. In the high school area, they'd had a wood shop, but nobody wanted to do wood shop anymore. So they were experimenting with different other things that they could convert that room for different career technical education or other activities. Like there was a printing, something with printing that the students wanted to do, screen printing, like printing T-shirts and things. But they were experimenting with it to see what they were going to do with what the kids wanted, but they were also with the younger kids, listening to their voice too. I think some of the lessons were designed around things that the kids were interested in. And also with the snacks, they just took their snack, the kids were eating watermelon, the little guys, into the next class, and they just brought it with them, and the lesson continued. And so it wasn't like you had to dismiss everybody, and it worked. And then the last thing is, you mentioned the assessments, like people come in, they give them a big assessment form with their SCEF, like people or whatever. But within like 3 days, they figured out this kid is at second grade reading, fifth grade math or whatever it is. They just figured out right away. And a lot of these kids, they said some of the kids, the average time that students were there was 3 months. And some of them were there for 2 weeks, and some of them were there for 5 years. So, but they just they didn't waste any time trying to figure out what to do with the kid. They figured out where they were and got them going. They said, if we have them for 2 weeks, we want those weeks to be weeks that they learn. So that was impressive too.
And then I'll just point out, I think one of the big takeaways from the County Office of Education was this notion of it's okay to ask kids what they want, and that we need to remember student voice in the conversation. That even though they're younger, they still have the ability to talk about what is missing in their lives, and we need to sort of honor that also. So that was an interesting take. So what comes next? So we have a couple more school visits. We have some that are still in the wind, so to speak, but we're headed to Mission Prep next week, and we're trying to get to Nystrom Elementary, which is in Richmond, California. So next steps. So the first one is that we're going to start moving towards a little bit more of community engagement now that we're starting to have some ideas. So we do plan on going out and talking about this with all of the teachers and staff. And we're still trying to figure out what's the best venue to do students. So it's not that they're being left off intentionally. It's just that not all of our students, I mean, we can ask kinders what they want, but chances are it's going to be very creative in terms of what they say. So we're just trying to figure out what's the best format to do it. But we also want to start having meetings with cash for parents and families. So we have put those on the book. And then we'll have a format similar to the Cafecito, so that we can have a dialogue, a back and forth versus just doing a presentation. And then we really want to start working on building the actual action plan around these three priorities, right? So learning acceleration, enrichment, and SEL supports. And you can start to hear some of those, like some common trends that are taking place at each one of these schools. For instance, the professional development coaching, like having a strong coach, and having teachers who are receptive to coaching. Not arguing, not saying that the teachers aren't, but right, this idea of like it's okay for somebody to walk in my room and give me instant feedback so that I can improve my craft. That takes a lot of humility, right, for somebody to tell you that you're doing it wrong in the moment, as opposed to what we're used to is you teach it and somebody's like, hey, can I talk to you a little bit later? And you have this reflective practice. And that's going to be a cultural shift for us. But we want to like have that's a trend that has been common at all of the school sites that have been visited. But we want to start putting out, so what are the goals that we want to accomplish, what the success criteria looks like, and then what are the strategic actions that are necessary in order for us to get there. So it's sort of a mirror strategic plan in some regards that will identify a person. It will talk about sort of the priorities when we think this will take place, and then also we'll talk about the resources that are required. So our next update actually comes in another month. We'll do a continuation of findings and reflections that we gleaned from the site visits. So you'll see more a more robust sort of framework and sort of the trends starting to show up a little bit more. And we'll start thinking about the key actions in terms of each priority that we're sort of starting to see and how those will sort of show up. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rudolph, and thank you to our ad hoc committee. Are there any questions from trustees? All right, we'll take public comment. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card. Seeing as there are no public comment at this time, are there comments from trustees? Vice President Chang.
Thank you for the insights on the visits. And I had a few years ago visited Uncommon Schools. I have some former colleagues that are there. And one of the things that stood out that it's worth noting is that many of those charter schools have very young staff that tend to churn, which leads to them to lean on like more scripted curriculum. Because if you have teachers that are always straight out of college or TFA, like you need to hand them something, because versus in a district like ours with tenured teachers, ideally, we have teachers who've been around a long time. And so I think that And then next round of visits, I think you're going to be seeing schools that have a tenured staff. And then I understand, the ABC school district in Southern California, that's a tenured staff too. But then it's an interesting dynamic difference, right? Like, our district has had a lot of discussions and interactions with charter schools, right? When Bolus came for their proposal, right? So it's like, there's something to note about each of these schools, it seems like the adults in the room matter, right? And I think us engaging with the Castro teachers and kind of understanding where they are at and their capacity, so I don't know if, when the 3 teachers came on the visit, like, did they feel like they were speaking on behalf of the faculty? Do you feel like they were, I wonder, like, what's the process on how those 3 teachers, their experiences will meld with the rest of the faculty who will be the ones implementing these reforms. Something just interesting. Looking forward to the next visits and on that. Thanks.
I also, I really appreciate the time that everyone is taking to go and look at these school sites and this spirit of inquiry in trying to understand what's going on in different places that might benefit our own community. I think, what I'd love to see maybe in the next update, when you showed that rubric at the beginning, I was really excited, the grid, but we didn't get like a filled in grid that said, here are the different things from the different sites that we pulled out that fit into or that we observed that fit into these things that we were looking for. I assume I can just imagine Director Pullman filling something like that out with glee. So, so I assume that something like that will come to us in the next presentation. I'm curious too about how we're drawing on research in this area as well. It's not a vacuum. We know that there's a lot of research about how children are learning, especially our English language learners and our low-income students, and how their families are being supported and engaged. So are we also going to be drawing sort of a research based analysis together as well? Do we want to bring in Hanover or somebody to do that? I don't know. But I'd like to see that in addition to the school site visits. So I love our own team, but I don't want it to be just our own team that's kind of out there in the weeds, but bringing in some of that research underpinnings. And then to Vice President Chang's point, it is different when you have different teaching staffs. So I went from teaching at Stevenson here in Mountain View to helping to found a rocket ship charter school where a friend I had worked with previously was the founding principal. At, how old was I? 31. I was the oldest person in the building. And what I did was teach project-based learning in a school where over 80% of the students were socioeconomically disadvantaged and English language learners. And I had the highest data outcome for my grade level in the entire network, right? So we can do scripted curriculum, we can do teachers developing lessons together, there's a whole range of things we can do. But what I always want us to keep in mind is the grade level standard is actually the floor for where we want all of our students to be. Because if you go from one of our schools with very high academic outcomes, the things that their students there are doing is not just what gets you to the grade level standard. They are doing so much more beyond that. And all of our children should have access to that. So I think what we can end up focusing in sometimes in charter school networks is getting to baseline, but we have the vision in our own district of what's possible beyond proficiency, and we need to keep hold of that and keep pushing for that and not just proficiency. Yes, Trustee Blakely.
I just wanted to add one other thing, and this is sort of in line with what one of the people who commented earlier this evening. We are focusing for this to reimagine Castro, but I think, it's going to take time, as Dr. Rudolph pointed out, but I think there are probably some lessons or some tools or some techniques some variety of things that will be effective there that we can also extend to our other schools. And so I'm looking at this not just at Castro, but these are going to be really good practices that I think are going to help improve the district overall.
And I think I'd like to add that I think in our trip to the common schools, I think that's where we saw the opportunity, right? Identifying that this is this system's response to the need in this community and the system that these students are in. And this is, they're going to create a model that works for the challenges that exist there. And they have done it well in such so that, and I know that because they have sustained student outcomes that despite any turnover in leadership or teachers, they've figured out how to keep that going. And that is, that's uncommon, right? So that, hence the name, so that is truly remarkable to have that sort of sustained level despite having new teachers that come through and new principals that come through. That's what they had to create, and they figured it out. But that is also what I think all of us saw as the opportunity that I think that we want our students to have beyond that.
Vice President Chang.
A question for Dr. Ridolph. In the next steps, when this comes back to Castro staff, could you share more about kind of what venues is that shared with on-site staff? Are we anticipating carving out PD days for the Castro staff to engage in this process? Is it? Because I imagine so we have a lot of educators on this board. Regular staff meetings. You have your regular stuff of your everyday stuff of school, right? And then reimagining a school is so much more than everyday stuff. So could we hear more about at what venues and spaces are Castro staff being given to engage in this process? Thank you.
Yeah, so I think, the fact that they have 4 members on the committee, and it represents a sizable number of their total staff, I think allows for them to share it. We never envisioned we want to engage, but it isn't like we can't take all of the teachers and bring them all here with us, which is why we want to be intentional about having them there. So we're looking at using the staff meetings to have a back and forth to talk about, okay, here are some things that we are seeing. Here are some things that are common trends. What are some ways that we can make this come to life? So for instance, the Castro staff in our original engagement has already pointed out that the instructional minutes is one of the challenges. So, one of the things we'll bring back is look, we looked at all these school schedules and here are some commonalities that we saw. What are your thoughts about this? Is this how we address, the longer instructional periods? I think and this is, I think this is true what happens when you travel from East Coast to West Coast, right? There's a different perception in terms of outcomes and what you're willing to do. So, I think for me, I would not feel comfortable saying, well, we're going to disregard science and social studies just so that we can get test scores. And I think that is true on the East Coast. And so when we have that conversation with teachers, it's not so much about, well, how much ELA and math can we squeeze into the day at the expense of everything else, right? It's more of, look, there's a lot. What do you think about the intentionality of having everyone teaching ELA on a grade level at the same time so that in the event that you have to disperse a student, they're not missing something? So I think that's really the back and forth that we want to have, is to share what we've learned, but then to start sort of field testing ideas to sort of get them to see, sort of stress testing it. And then at the next notion is that one thing that we have talked about is that we would ask the teachers to possibly do additional professional development or to have additional time during the summer. So that gives them the opportunity to internalize the plan of action. I think, the teachers that volunteered were really grateful that they volunteered, but they're also the ones who are probably the most excited about the opportunity. And then there are some who are just like, just tell me what we're going to do, and make sure that everybody that's going to do it is aligned with it. And so that's sort of that back and forth that we're thinking about. Yeah.
Trustee Lambert and then Vice President Chang.
Yeah, I would like to follow up on something Trustee Berman said. She mentioned that each of these schools seem to have developed a sustainable, call it curriculum, procedure, process, that was designed and worked for each particular community. I'd be curious to know how they got there, right? How did they start off doing this? How did they figure out when things weren't working? How did they respond? How did they get to this place where they are now, which sounds like very good and works for all of these schools? And I think that would help us is to understand, as we're jumping into this, what to look for, how to react, how to respond, and get to where we want to be as soon as possible.
Vice President Chang.
Thank you, Dr. Rao, for the context for Castro staff engagement. One thing, if it's not already in consideration, to consider is we are now in March, 3 months until the summer, right? So there's immense opportunity perhaps in the summer to fund. I imagine a lot of teachers are excited about many Castro teachers are excited about reimagining their school. And this is something that's exciting to us. I imagine it's so much more so exciting to them. So I think that if not already in consideration of funding their excitement, summertime innovation grants, work time, the people who will be implementing this, I imagine, are really ready to dive in. And during the school year, there's just so much to do, right? Like you're busy teaching in the school year, right? And that's how often school reform falls away from a teacher, is because administrators look at the teachers and go, teachers are busy teaching. So we have the people outside the classroom doing the lifting with good intention. But here, but that doesn't mean that they don't want to be there. And I think the summer would be something, if not already considering, of seeing if there was ways we can fund it for them to be involved in that time. Thank you.
All right, if there are no further comments, we'll move on to item 7B. This is the 2024-25 proposed preschool tuition fee schedule, and we'll have our Chief Academic Officer, Kathy Bauer.
Good evening, trustees. I will share my screen here. 1 minute. Okay, so tonight, put on slideshow. Tonight I am here as a follow-up to our February 8th meeting where we made a decision about our preschool programming for the 24-25 school year. And we are coming back to you with a proposed fee schedule for that. So of course, we're always aligned to our strategic plan and for preschool, wanting to provide effective instruction and also make sure that we have equitable distribution of resources for our students. So some background, we do have transitional kindergarten in our district, which is expanding quickly. We currently have 209 students enrolled for the 24-25 school year as of today, which is about 9 classes. And that with 209 kids would be more than we have ever served in a preschool program in our district. And then we also have our state preschool program, our CSPP program, that will serve kids on 24-25 that aren't quite eligible for TK and or 3 years old. We came to you on February 8th with some options for our preschool programming, and we were tasked with bringing back a sliding scale. And we have created that option for you. So just as a reminder, this is our current plan for programming for next year. We'll have 7 classrooms, 4 full day, 3 part day. And then we were also adding aftercare from 3 to 5 at 2 of our classrooms, of our full day classrooms. So some students and families will have access to care from 8 to 5. So just as we looked at our creating our sliding scale, we did look at our local preschool tuition rates in the area, just as a point of context. So you can see, while we would be offering more from the 8 to 5 range, it's a lot of the places locally, our tuition is running, you know, almost close to $2,000 a month. So just as a reminder for preschool eligibility, we have a part day, part year California State Preschool Program contract. So 3 hours a day, 175 days per year. Enrollment is income-based except for families residing in the Castro neighborhood, students with IEPs, children in Child Protective Services, and families experiencing homelessness. So our Castro neighborhood families qualify for free part-day preschool automatically if they live in the neighborhood. We also offer an extended day program from 8 to 3 for part-day preschool eligible families at a reduced rate. And we also have some full fee spaces for families do not meet income eligibility requirements, meaning their income is too high. And families that want extended day pay a fee, as the state preschool contract is only for a half-day program. And this year, as I mentioned, we're going to offer that aftercare from 3 to 5 for up to 40 families, 1 class at Latham and 1 at Therakoff. Income eligibility is based on gross monthly income and family size. So the CDE provides a document with income thresholds to use to determine eligibility for preschool. And these thresholds are based on legislated percentage of the state median income, or SMI. And criteria can change from year to year, and adjustments to SMI and eligibility percentages will allow more families to qualify for CSPP with higher incomes. So our current schedule is based again on income ceilings as well as family size. So our current tuition rates for our families on the top portion that qualify for free state preschool will pay between $300 and $500 per month for the extended day portion. Our staff currently pays $950 per month for full day preschool if they do not qualify for that part day free. And then our families that don't qualify can pay anywhere from $1,000 to $1,250 per month. So again, our staff and our families that qualify for that part day free preschool only pay between $300 and $500 per month. We have staff paying a flat fee of $950 per month, and our other families pay between $950 and $1,250. We do have a sibling discount right now of $250 per year. And I will say that our current fee schedule is outdated, and it doesn't reflect changes made to the CSPP thresholds and state median income. So what we are proposing is a new schedule based on current thresholds and SMI. And our families in this new schedule will pay less than in 23-24 for extended day, but higher income families will pay more. It's all based on a sliding scale. We're proposing to increase the sibling discount to $100 per month for 1 child, or 50% off for 1 child for staff. And separate schedules are included for staff and families with special circumstances. So this is our proposed schedule just for our community. So the yellow highlighted boxes are the income thresholds for our families that could qualify for free state preschool in the morning. And so if their income falls into these areas, then you can see here they'd pay between $200 or $350 per month for extended day and aftercare. So the fees and the new schedule are at least $100 per month less than those in 23-24. And our non-eligible families will pay a fee for the entire day of preschool based on income. So for example, a family of 4 with a gross monthly income of $11,500 per month pays $1,100 a month for tuition from 8 to 3, or $1,300 a month for extended day and aftercare from 8 to 5. We do have some special circumstances that families that fall into this category. So these are families who are eligible for free half-day state preschool because they live in the Castro neighborhood, or they have a student with an IEP, but they're considered over income, meaning their income exceeds the eligibility thresholds for state preschool. So we created a schedule for them. So based on their income level, they would pay somewhere between $450 a month for extended day up to $1,000 a month for after school care and extended day. And this just gives you kind of an example of what I just said. The families who live in the Castro neighborhood or have a student with an IEP, they would get that half day free and then paid for the extended day portion. So we have a proposed staff fee schedule because we currently do charge staff. And it wasn't clear in your expectations regarding staff paying for preschool at the February 8th meeting. And so staff that qualify for free part-day state preschool pay between $300 and $500 per month. Staff that does not qualify pays a flat rate of $950 per month for preschool from 8 to 3. So we have created a proposed schedule pending your direction. So this is the schedule for staff. You can see here that if they qualify for state preschool, they're going to pay that very reduced rate. If they do not qualify, they pay between $800 and $1,000 per month. Just like what I said. So some benefits of our new schedule. So it does create a sliding scale based on updated income thresholds, meaning more families are going to qualify for free half-day state preschool because our thresholds have been updated. And the tuition, we have decreased the tuition for CSPP eligible families for extended day with a very small fee for after school care. And we have also decreased the tuition fees for staff if they're not eligible for free state preschool in the morning. We're holding 15 spaces for non-eligible staff, 15 total spaces, 10 for non-CSP eligible staff and 5 for community members for full day with after school care. That leaves us an additional 25 spaces for CSPP eligible families to have full day with after school care. Our rates are below market rate, and we are proposing an increase to the sibling discount for everyone. And some challenges, of course, we are increasing tuition for higher income families. The estimated impact to the general fund right now is $410,000 if we are able to fully enroll our program. And the estimated impact to the general fund if we subsidize preschool for up to 10 staff members is $510,000. So some things to consider. Again, we've talked about this. Preschool funding is complex and it's based on a variety of factors. Expenditures are estimated and they could increase or decrease depending on how we enroll and who enrolls. Preschool eligibility is complex based on income, family size, IEP status, location, residence. And we're not totally clear on the demand for full day preschool and aftercare as TK expands, because all 4-year-olds are going to become eligible for transitional kindergarten starting in the 25-26 school year. So tonight we're asking for direction, wanting to know your satisfaction with our proposed fee schedule for 24-25. And then do you want the district to pay the cost of preschool for staff? Just some numbers. Currently, we have 6 staff members with students in our preschool. 3 are paying full fee or the $950. 3 are eligible for the half day free and are paying the lower rate. We have a budget for 10 students and staff included. It's about $100,000. And then we also are curious, if we have more than 10 staff that want to enroll in preschool, do we increase the budget? So some of our next steps, we really want to begin enrollment has begun. Director Kemper has already been handing out forms and making appointments so that we can get as many kids enrolled so they can start on the first day in August. We're continuing to work on our preschool curriculum and TK curriculum adoption, and we'll be bringing recommendations to you. We're going to start hiring staff for the aftercare classes, and we're going to analyze the need for additional full day and aftercare options in 25-26. We'll be monitoring the impact of TK on our preschool enrollment because we know that as 4-year-olds enter TK, our preschool is going to be mostly students that are 3. And then we're going to consider facilities options for preschool. So with that, I'm going to stop sharing and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bauer. Are there questions from trustees? Trustee Blakely and then Trustee Lambert.
With the 4-year-olds being eligible for TK, those that enroll, families that enroll their 4-year-olds in TK, is there an after-school option for them, like the YMCA, or there is? Okay, good. Thank you.
And I'll just say what I neglected to mention. So our TK students, there's paid programs, but also our students that are our English learners and our socioeconomically disadvantaged students are eligible for ELOP. So they have free aftercare. So they get the 9 hours of full day.
Yes, Ms. Bauer, could you tell me, how did the district get to the place where we are paying for some of the cost of preschool for the staff?
Well, because we got to the place of paying for it because we're offering an extended day program. So our contract does not fully cover our costs because it's only for a part day program. So once we've extended the day for anybody to 8 to 3, we had to create a fee schedule and had to find kind of where we make a schedule for paying for staff, but regardless, it's not our contract just doesn't cover our costs. So we were trying to be fair in terms of what we were asking people to pay when we did the previous schedule, which has been around for several years, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm not exactly clear on that, but
Are there further questions? Vice President Chang.
A question about the city of Mountain View has some preschool programs, and trying to understand just kind of like, are there overlaps? Are there potential that families kind of like, are we coordinating our preschool programs with the city and what they're doing? I'm trying to figure out kind of if I was a parent of a young child, when I look at the city's programs, our programs, is there a potential overlap? Is there potential synergy? Is there any relationship between the two?
If I may,
So I would have to ask Director Kemper for that.
I was going to say, if I may, there's only one city-run program. It's actually a very, very small site, and their contract is up for renewal right now. So I don't even know if the city is going to continue to offer preschool. Ms. Kemper could probably clarify whether or not it's state funded. I don't know that it is. I think it's a private provider, Ms. Kemper.
I'm sorry, I don't have information on that I can confirm whether or not they're state funded or have some subsidies.
No problem. Thank you, though.
So thank you. Is it they're small enough that there's kind of like, are we like many scales larger than what they are? So there's like coordinating with them is not like so important with that.
Well, so I have brought up our preschool program at a recent city council meeting to share with them, but I think there's an opportunity for us to write to them about further coordinating around preschool. I think one of the things that's different is we run our preschool, whereas they have contracted out that facility. And whether or not they continue to contract out that facility, I don't know if they will. But they do have within their own priorities enhancing the preschool opportunities within the city of Mountain View. So I would be happy to write a letter on behalf of the board to the city inquiring about how we can partner around preschool and see where there might be opportunities there. Trustee Blakely.
I had one other question around providing a discounted availability for preschool to our staff. Have we surveyed the staff for interest about this?
We have not at this point, no. And just to go back to Trustee Lambert's question, we do not currently pay for staff to attend preschool. They either some qualify for the morning and they get it free. Those who don't pay a fee for the extended day and or the full day. So we are not paying for staff right now.
If there are no further questions, we'll take public comment on this. Oh, actually, I have a question before we take public comment. I've been looking with some other trustees around the county. It's kind of an informal working group looking at our McKinney-Vento students' needs and how we can better coordinate with agencies for our McKinney-Vento students. And we had a very interesting meeting with the Office of Supportive Housing last week, where something that came out of that meeting was that their funding and programs are geared toward documented families. They are not geared toward undocumented families. Under McKinney-Vento, the services that we provide are to students regardless of whether or not they are documented. Is that the same for the preschool program? Do we serve all students regardless of their documents?
That's correct. We serve all students regardless of documents.
Okay. Thank you very much, Director Kemper. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card. There appears to be no public comment. Are there comments from trustees? We do have some questions to respond to. If you can either bring them up on your screen or we could put it back up on the screen here so trustees could see it. It's slide 30. The first one is the board satisfied with the proposed fee schedule? Trustee Lambert, and then Trustee Blakely.
Yeah, I'm convinced the staff put a lot of work and a lot of thought into this proposal. And look to extent possible, balance it out among all the students and the families. So I support the proposal, except for the staff, the contribution to the staff preschool, and I do not support that. And I recognize there's tremendous need for preschool and funding, and it's difficult, but there's working on a select group of people to help out. And I think there's a much greater need, and you'd like to expand it to everybody who has the need for the preschool. I would support that, but I would see that as something to be discussed during the contract negotiations. How the district basically helps staff out.
Trustee Blakely.
Thank you. I'm also satisfied with the proposed fee schedule for some of the same reasons Trustee Lambert just said. I also just pulled up the city's program, and it's like 2 hours a day, Monday, Wednesday, Friday for 3-year-olds. And it's the same cost as what we're offering for like 2 hours a day, 3 days a week, that kind of thing. Plus with the grid that was shown earlier, I think it's a very reasonable program. I have a different perspective on the providing some small subsidy for staff. I've spoken to like one former teacher at EMI who says that she would have still been here. I'm not sure, she may be on leave, but that like half the EMI staff would be really interested. Their concern had been this has been a benefit that we've provided, or at least the ability to enroll in the program. But the concern that I had heard was that it only went till 3 o'clock. And so for our teaching staff, plus, most people who work, that was a challenge. You had to find a nanny or a babysitter or something. And so I like the idea that we can provide something until 5 o'clock. And I think, my little isolated anecdotal sample, I also know one other teacher who used to be in our district for 4 years who might have come back if this were available. So I think I am very interested in retention of teachers. And I think a lot of our younger teachers, are at child rearing age, and, people have families in their late 20s and 30s. I did. And I would like to keep those teachers on our staff. And so if a small subsidy helps do that, I mean, we're providing teacher housing, we're trying to do other things. And there's, I want to do everything we reasonably can to keep our good teachers on staff. And I think having a child just kind of changes your life inside out. Everybody who has kids knows that it's a big change, and things change. And if you can have some continuity and know where your childcare is going to come from, and it works with your schedule. A lot of people live farther away, so if they have their child in the car with them, they're a carpool and they can get here more quickly, get home more quickly. For all those reasons, I think it will really help with retention, and I want to support our staff. So, and if more than 10 staff want to enroll in preschool, do we increase the budget? I want to look at that. I have a feeling there may be a lot more than 10 staff, and so I do like the ability to provide this program, but we also need to balance our budget. So if we've got 6 enrolled already, and those were the ones that were enrolled with the existing program that only goes till 3 o'clock, I think there's probably going to be more demand. So I think we certainly need to look at that. Thank you.
Vice President Chang.
Similar to Trustee Blakely, support the recommendation, including supporting for the staff. I would also support if it's more. For the reason I would share is that when you say about retention, the cost of replacing a staff member. So if we're saying 10 staff members, 100,000, we're basically saying $10,000 a teacher, whether it be a teacher or a staff member, $10,000 per staff, right? Retraining an educator that's or a person working for the district that's valuable, I think it's certainly worth about 10,000, if not more, especially if it means keeping them. So I support this, and also I would want to know. I'm worried that we don't know how many people actually want to do this, right? So like this $100,000 for 10 staff members is literally a guess, right? So I think that we do as a board need to know ballpark what this is, and I would welcome it being larger. I think the idea of cutting it off like just doesn't sound reliable to staff members if they feel like, oh, I'm actually having to like be in a lottery for which could be a wonderful benefit for them. Thank you.
Trustee Berman.
I am satisfied with the proposed fee schedule. I support a subsidy for our staff for all of the reasons that have been shared. I think retention is really significant. This can be a great retention strategy, makes it appealing to stay within our district, which is really impactful for our students. That being said, I want to be mindful of the limited number of seats that we have in our program, and wanting there to be opportunity for our community, especially those that are just really struggling to find daycare at an affordable price. It's really out of reach for many, many people. So I want to be mindful that we don't compromise the seats that our community members are looking for. I appreciate that we are able to, and we're committed to having this program in our community. And some of that is because we know, these are students that will potentially be in our kindergarten, in our pre-K, in our kindergarten, so this is really an opportunity to really jumpstart that education foundation. So I think perhaps maybe that a survey or having a way that we can gauge how many staff members would be interested in this, so we can kind of have a better sense of the numbers that we're working with, to make sure that we don't take up all those seats. As much as I want to have a seat for everybody, if we have a limited program, we have to be mindful about how those seats are used.
Vice President Chang.
Thank you. I really appreciate what you said about I think that if I don't think we should have like a lottery for being eligible, if I was a staff member, to being eligible for this benefit. However, if we have vulnerable children who we are unable to serve because we're holding a seat for staff, I don't think that would be right. So I think that like the eligibility should be available to all staff, but if we have students who need to be served first, perhaps there won't be a space for that. So like maybe a staff would have to enter a lottery anyway, but then the eligibility for this, I don't know if that's making sense. What I'm saying here is that like everyone should be eligible for the benefit, but if we come to a place where we only have a certain number of seats for staff because we need to serve vulnerable students first, vulnerable students should always have a priority over staff with that. And that might end up leading to a lottery in that case. Yeah.
Thank you, trustees. I agree with trustees on number one. I think the proposed fee schedule looks great. I support I see this as kind of a pilot year with a staff program, which 10 slots is testing it out. Let's see what the interest is. Let's see what the interest is for the full day slots for people who are not staff, who may qualify for a much more subsidized rate. And in an ideal world, I think this is an incredible employee benefit down the road. The reason I am not in the classroom today is because I had a child, and when I looked at preschool payments, it was going to be close to half of my take home. So I decided to work from home instead of paying someone half my salary to take care of my child. And I was privileged to be able to do that, right? Not everybody has that option. But we constantly lose teachers who go out on maternity leave and don't come back. And those are the types of decisions they're having to make. I would love to see a day where, anyone who comes to our district has preschool covered. It's also just hard to find spots in this community. We're seeing a decrease in preschool availability. But I do think if there's more interest beyond the 10, that might need to come back to the board for further discussion at some point to really consider it. And eventually this might be a negotiations item and a benefit that's included in negotiations. I think that was a very good point, Trustee Lambert, that it probably lands there as a benefit.
Trustee Conley,
Yes.
can I say?
Oh, please, Trustee Blakely.
Sorry. I suspect there's going to be more than 10. So if there's a way while we're forming this to have a little more room, I'd like to do that. But one other thing to your point about it being a pilot, we talked about, we wanted to have preschool and we wanted to have TK. And it may be that for staff, like we have them look at TK the second year or something like that. So that we keep more preschool slots open. It's just a thought.
Thank you, Trustee Blakely. If there are no further comments from staff, Director or Ms. Bauer, did that answer your question?
I think so. Can I just repeat what I think I heard to make sure I'm walking away with clear direction tonight? I'm very clear that the fee schedule is a go. Thank you. And I'm hearing that we want to provide the district to cover the cost of preschool for the 10 staff. Is that the case, or did we want staff to be paying on the fee schedule based on the fees that we had created? That's the part I just need clarity on.
Well, what I heard was 4 trustees in favor of that.
But I thought that they were still paying. It was just a subsidized amount. Did I miss that? What was presented? Wasn't there, it was like $250, it was $1,000.
Correct. So I presented a staff fee schedule so that staff would still be paying a fee, but it would be just similar to what is happening now, but it's at a much reduced rate. And so I just want to be clear that I understand that we're not covering the cost of preschool for staff, but we're just asking them to pay the reduced rate for the extended day and/or. So I just need a.
Yep, you've got a majority.
Perfect. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Ms. Bauer, we have a survey going out about housing.
Okay.
So why don't we just tack this on with that survey?
That would
so
be great.
Get adequate numbers that can help us. If we need to bring it back to the board, we'll have that right there.
Sounds good to me. Thank you.
Yep. you, me, and Ms. Hausman can just circle up tomorrow and work on that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bauer. I think we've been at this for a couple of hours. Let's take a short bio break. It's 8:01. Let's come back at 8:07 and we will talk about our middle school schedule committee. I think we have some middle school teachers here. It's going to step out just for a moment and be right back. Right, at 8:07 p.m., we are back. We are now on item 7C, the Middle School Schedule Committee update. We'll hear from our Chief Human Resources Officer, Tara Vickyard, and our Director of Curriculum Instruction and Assessment, Swati Dagger.
All right, so I'm actually going to present for them. If I can get my, it's all good. If I can get my screen going. So we're here today to talk about the middle school schedule. First and foremost, and I didn't realize that we would have some of the members on the committee here, so thank you for showing up. But this was, we've explored this a couple times since I've been here. So we go one way and then we come back another way. But the one thing I want to commend everybody on is that the conversations really have been centered around the needs of students and how to make sure that they're getting the best outcomes possible. And as a parent of a middle schooler, right, so I have a vested interest in this, but I don't want to portray that I've been a part of any of this work because I also want to make sure that as a parent, I'm a part of the process, even though I have some role in it, and making sure that I'm not influencing anything on behalf of my son or anybody else. I just want to put that disclaimer out there, but I do want to send a major thank you to all the members that are here, as well as the ones who are online, who have been looking at this particular issue. And I will just anecdotally share some of my own perspectives as a parent. Just because I think it's relevant, but that doesn't mean that my experience is the experience of every single parent. So I just want to point that out. So obviously this aligns to our strategic plan. We want to make sure that we have effective and instructional practices, and really ensuring that we have targeted instructional opportunities and maximize learnings for all students. And then there was also a couple years ago, a board goal of making sure that all students were provided an opportunity to have at least one choice elective in the middle school schedule. And this was a really important part because, as a parent of a middle schooler and of two adults now, I remember both times. So as I re-go through this experience or relive this experience, it's more about the social aspect of life than it is about the academics, even though I like to stress the academics. What happens during lunch and the dances seems to be at the forefront of my son's mind, as well as my daughter's mind. But the board was clear, like, as one of the ways that we draw kids in, and it sort of became a non-negotiable for everybody, is to make sure the kids have a choice. Again, I want to commend the team of everybody because that has been also at the forefront in addition to focusing in on what's going to be the best for kids. So let me just give a little background. In 2017, we had a 7-period day schedule. And as you can see, most of the classes sort of functioned on different days. The late start was a different day. And then we also had a Thursday schedule. What you can see is the schedule, the amount of time that was spent in a particular class was a lot longer than what I'm about to show you now. And there was also additional times for breaks as well as passing periods. And at this time, when we had this schedule, one of the core conversations that we had as we was undergoing first strategic plan is making sure that our English language learners had the appropriate supports for them that are needed. But more importantly, what we realized is that some of our students actually had no choice elective just because of the way that the schedule was designed. And so the Board of Trustees at the time provided direction to revise the schedule to ensure that all students received at least one choice elective. After a sizable amount of work, a group of teachers, administrators, and district office staff came back with a very complex schedule. And I'm, again, speaking as a former middle school principal and a former high school teacher and principal, the cascading schedule is probably one of the more complex versions, but I will say it's probably harder for adults than it is for kids. because my son has sort of mastered it already. But essentially, what this does is it creates an 8-period day. And then every couple of days, you see some classes actually drop off. So kids on the other 4 days have a maximum of six classes. But on Mondays, which also are the days that are impacted the most in terms of holidays or other types of events, you have all your classes running concurrently. So it's really, and I'm not saying that this is true for everybody, but my son says not as much instruction or diving deeply into the classroom takes place on Mondays because the classes are so short and there's so many classes that you have to get through. And then there's also one other thing that there's been a couple of refinements that have occurred. So the first one is listening to parents. We moved the minimum day to align with the middle schools because parents express frustration that a middle schooler would get off on one day and an elementary student would get off on a different day. So we did align those two schedules. And then we also, at the time when I arrived, the district had just moved to 2 periods of math in order to adjust for the Common Core. And that we have shifted to 1 period of math since. And that was also one of the complicating reasons as to why we needed to add an additional period to make sure that everybody got a choice schedule. And that's an important part to remember as we sort of look at how we're able to go back and look at a 7-period day schedule because you're not asking kids to take 2 periods of math at any given time. So why new schedule? So it was clear that teachers wanted more core instructional time with their students. They also were concerned about the consistency with the classes. I can tell you, every morning is an interesting morning with a middle schooler, and there are some mornings where we are a little bit more enthusiastic about school than others. And I don't think that has anything to do with the teacher, but it does have to do with the class. So when certain classes drop, primarily the more academic classes, we're a lot happier about getting the class to school on time versus other days when we know that we're going to start the class off and a class is going to require us to think in the morning. And my son is not a morning person. So there is this issue that sort of exists. But also, I think the consistency of it just is, as a teacher, I actually experienced one of the schedules that were explored. I would say I really enjoyed knowing we had an A-day, B-day schedule, and then we had one class that was every single day. The class that I enjoyed the most was a class that was every single day. For me, it provided enough consistency that I knew exactly what I was supposed to do. And oftentimes, and I taught 90 minutes, um, I would go into one class and I would say, okay, what did we talk about on Thursday? Because it was Monday now. And if it was a holiday, then Thursday turned into Tuesday, right? And so that became a challenge. And I agree with the teachers, consistency really matters in order to find continuity about the lessons. There's also a need. We continue to hear in the middle schools have brought up the need for social emotional learning, and particularly the idea around advisory classes and how do we incorporate that. And then teachers, unfortunately, when we do surveys, LCAP assessments, certain classes bear the brunt of those. I was fortunate that I taught a tested course, so my class was rarely ever touched. But I always felt bad for our PE teachers and some of our English teachers who weren't on the testing regimen, as well as some of our science classes, right? And so I know that it's a different context because it's a different state, but we do make intentional decisions about who is supposed to give a survey and who doesn't. And that is unfair, at least in my mind, because I think every class is valuable. And, as a teacher, while I thought social studies was the most important class that anybody had, that's not, my son thinks completely differently about this, but it's important that his class, the class that he loves the most, doesn't get shortchanged. And oftentimes that is an elective class, Spanish or something else that's not on a testing regimen. Um, and then we also want to make sure that we are taking into account the needs of our EAD students as well as the students who need instructional support and making sure that they have one elective. So we have a group of teachers, two from Crittenden, three from Graham, one site administrator from each school, and then two members of the district office team who all have been working on this and have sort of investigating it. And the committee sort of set some ground rules in terms of the parameters, right? The parameters are we must make sure that our English language learners have ELD courses. And while we are doing our best to make sure that we cannot send long-term ELs to the middle schools, at the same time, there are kids who do have those specific needs. We want to make sure that our students with IEPs have an option for instructional support. It's required. And so we need to make sure that actually happens. But similar, we also held true that all students must have one choice elective during the regular school day. I always find it interesting in certain states that the state mandates what is the most important thing. Texas and California always seem to mandate the amount of minutes that a kid has. It's not commentary in terms of whether or not PE is more relevant, but at least we make sure that PE is not being shortchanged. And so that is a state requirement that is actually out there. And ultimately, what I think the whole committee sort of looked at is really what's best for students. And so that drove the conversation. It doesn't mean that everybody agreed on every single aspect of it, but I will say that that was the tenor of the conversation, that what is in the best interest of our kids and how can we help them reach their fullest potential. So the committee met a couple of times. So they've met over the last couple of months to discuss concerns that have been shared, as well as priorities. At the first meeting, they talked honestly about how to best support students, and they also discussed some sample schedules. They met again and then talked about the specific needs of our most at-risk students. So we wanted to take into account of those. I believe that there are 64 students that we had to take into account with this particular schedule. So it was really important that we look at those 64 and make sure that their needs were being met as we discuss what was going to work for kids. And then really start weighing in the pros and cons of the different schedules and sort of understanding what worked. And then, of course, there was a third schedule that was tossed in just because of, you can actually, there are people who make, you know, tons of money off of master scheduling and they have tons of options out there. And so there was a third option that was just sort of reviewed. And I'll talk about all of those. And then finally, the committee again met and sort of reviewed uh, discussions from the first couple of meetings. Again, affirmed that the priorities and considerations for students was the most important part. They reviewed the schedules with those priorities and they considered the impacts of each one. And then the committee is leaning towards the combination option, which is option 3, and agreed to collect stakeholder input and feedback. And I do want to point out, uh, as a high school teacher, there was one year that I had, and I know high school is a little bit different than elementary and middle school, but there's one time that I had 3 different preps with 160 something students, right? And so it is really hard when you have 6 classes and 160 students, and you're prepping for 3 classes, right? And so one of the things, um, just as an administrator, that I always look to do, and I think as just as a human being taken into account, like it is exceptionally hard for teachers to prep multiple classes. And by adding, unintentionally, by adding a schedule, we did burden some of our teachers. And they, like, bless their hearts, they did everything they could to build extra classes and make them as impactful as possible. But that did create some working condition issues that at times can turn somebody away from actually wanting to teach at one of our middle schools. So, um, with all of that put in place, they viewed a couple of schedule options. So the first option was a 7-period day with a 65-minute advisory period once a week. Um, there are some pluses and minuses, which I'm going to talk about just in a second. So this current schedule, you can see the amount of minutes that every single period would have. First period intentionally has a little bit more, and that takes into account the morning announcements as well as the need for other sort of get starting things. And I can tell you again, as a teacher, like the morning class is probably the one class that you got to spend just a little bit more work because kids aren't drinking coffee just yet. Um, And so if you look at what our current schedule is with 221, what we end up doing with the proposed schedule is that we change, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I forgot this is a touch screen. What we end up doing is moving the classes to 48 minutes for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, and 31 minutes, sorry, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and 31 minutes for Thursdays, and then added in some time to announcements, which brings up the amount of time in each of the classes to about 223 minutes per week. All classes are seen daily. All classes have the same number of instructional minutes, and this allows for advisory 65 minutes once a week. And then we just have an example of what that schedule would look like for students. So the pros of this is that it's very consistent. All classes have the same number of instructional minutes. Advisory takes place once a week. Some of the cons that were noted was is less instructional time with a longer advisory block. As someone who's done advisory, advisory can be a beautiful thing if planned appropriately. It also can become it can be sort of a not your favorite time of the day if you don't have a very intentional program. Um, it does also limit our ability to do simulations, labs, and projects without the longer block. So we just need to take that into account. The second one was similar to what I experienced, which is an 8-day period for periods 1 through 6, with one class that meets daily. Again, I talked about my own personal preference. I really enjoyed 7th period. I thought that that was the sweet spot. The 90-minute periods was a little bit tougher to plan for. There were times you would get ahead, sometimes you would get behind, and you would have to take that into account. But again, this also provides a little bit more consistency, and it does build into the advisory period. So this schedule allows for classes to be held for longer periods of time, which allows for more intricate lessons. It also allows students to focus on fewer classes per day. So instead of having 6 or 7, this one goes down to about 3 to 4. It allows students who struggle in one particular area to have consistency and see a teacher during the regular week, which is a period 7. And so the regular day totals 415 minutes. You see recess, lunch, and passing will stay about the same, but you also get an increase in the number of minutes that take place. So we went from 221 to 231. So again, some of the pros of this is that all the classes have the same number of instructional minutes. It allows students to have more than one day to complete homework assignments, which is always a good thing for me. And in fact, even the kids that were in my 7th period class, um, I would assign homework based off of the A class or the B class. And so those kids who had me every day, they got sort of a little bit more of a pass because sometimes that homework assignment would show up 4 days later just because of the way that the schedule fell. I do have to note that for me, my sweet spot was about 60 minutes. In 90 minutes, there became a lot more filler activities. So it does require a little bit more professional development on how to teach a 90-minute block. Behavior issues, what I noticed in my first year of teaching is that in my longer period classes, if I didn't have something to keep them occupied, they kept me occupied. And so that's definitely something that we need to take into account. It doesn't provide extra minutes for morning announcement. Period 7 doesn't get the same opportunities as others. So there's some trade-offs, right? So you have the 7th period day that goes every day and provides the consistency, but there are times like, and again, I was a high school teacher, so if we wanted to do a pep rally, it was really easy to have that pep rally during a longer period of time. But if it extended into 7th, you started missing opportunities, right? Or it had to truncate some things, and it really sort of hindered it. And I've already touched base on this just a little bit. The dropped Mondays do require a lot more change. And I will say, even like kids are very resilient, adults can be resilient too. But the one thing I will say is that every week we had to announce, was this an A day or a B day and what was taking place. And that always was an interesting thing. So if it was like a 4-day weekend, You're sitting there because you had to create the schedule at the beginning of the year. You're sitting there, you're finding the schedule, you say, okay, so tomorrow's an A day. And then you think back to like, you know, for us, since we have a week for Thanksgiving, you try to recall what happened a week later or a week ago, and you're like, oh, shoot, I had an A day or I had a B day class. When was the last time I saw them? It just creates a sort of a different adjustment there. And you know, again, we're trying to also figure out how can we check in with our kids. So the advisory period seems to be a little bit too long, at least from the feedback that I've read in the report that was attached. Then comes option 3, which seems to be the one that is preferred. Um, so this one has it's sort of, again, I'll speak for me as a teacher. It sort of has a sweet spot. It's 3 days a week in terms of the 50 minutes or close to it. It actually increases the amount of break time for students, but it also gives you the opportunity to have those long instructional periods so that you, if you want to dive, and there were times when, again, I'm going to date myself. There were times I wanted to go into the computer lab because that's the only way we could get to the computers. I knew I could schedule it on a certain day, and I knew I could get in there in the computer lab. Putting our kids on PowerPoint was really important during that time. So I always, my 7th period always got shortchanged because by the time we figured out how to turn on the computers, and this is a true story, most of the period was gone. So this does provide a little bit longer period for our students. So this one, the total minutes again, 415. Recess and passing increases just a slight bit. Lunch is about 40 minutes. It provides 232 minutes for the instruction week. All classes have the same number of instructional minutes. Students are not in long class periods each day. And there's a balance of around 48 minutes, 3 days a week, and then longer periods twice a week that allows for projects and activities. And then it also has the same number of instructional minutes. But I also think, again, as someone who instituted advisory at the high school when I was a principal, not having it for a full 90 minutes, we were a 4x4 school, which is a completely different schedule altogether. So not having advisory for 90 minutes makes it a little bit more manageable. And so having around 37 minutes is what they propose. So obviously, it seems this is why I think the committee is favoring 3. There are a lot more pros than there are cons, which sort of signals to me where people are leaning. It is an easier schedule for students to follow. There is less adjusted scheduled days and weeks. It allows for more instructional minutes per period. The longer block days allow for simulations, labs, projects, and even times when you get a hand for you to work intensely with a student to really help them understand a particular concept so teachers have the opportunity to slow down. It helps ease into the block schedule for high school. The shorter advisory time allows for dedicated social emotional learning, while also allowing time for instruction in core subjects. So if kids need additional assistance, that also is there. The schedule also allows for teachers to start in the week with their full group, which is really an important thing for consistency, especially in middle school. And counselors can also present consistent SEL lessons to all of the students during advisory. There are some cons to this. There are shorter periods on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Fridays. And then, you do have long back-to-back blocks on Wednesdays. And so we do need to figure out a way to build in some brain breaks. And I talked about that as a teacher who taught both 90-minute periods and 60-minute periods. There are times when it is okay for you to start. We used to do what was called check-in and check-outs. And so for my A-Day, B-Day classes, it was okay for us to take 10 to 15 minutes to check in, to talk about how our weekend went and what we're looking forward to, as well as to check out, because that was needed because we had so much time ahead of us that we were able to manage it. Our my 60-minute period classes, I had to cut some of their conversations short, even though they wanted to share, because at the end of the day, I knew that I was going to lose. If I let them talk for 20 minutes, that means I have 40 minutes, and really you don't have 40 minutes because when it's the last period of the day, kids check out about 10 minutes before the end. So they start packing up, and then you get it. For me, as a high school teacher, it was always this frustrating moment of, I'm not done. I'm still teaching, and I need you to stop. So we wanted we wanted to take that into account. And again, obviously, there's I taught during a different time and era. So, what are the considerations? 7 period days schedule for students. I wholeheartedly agree, and I'm so honored that that the committee looked at this. It's really about providing more instructional time for core classes. I also think it's about making the workload workload more manageable for students. There are times when Eli and I will have some interesting conversations about what homework is due and which class is dropping off or isn't dropping off. And sometimes I am telling him I need him to go because I get a power school update on my phone. And I'm like, I need you to go handle this. And he's like, well, I won't see the teacher for another day or two. Right. And so this provides a little bit more, it makes it a little bit more manageable. It also provides support for our neediest students, which I think is really important. It does put in time for social emotional learning. It builds space for students to better connect with a trusted adult. Um, and the removal of the double block math also allows for the 7 period day to meet the students' needs. Um, Another thing is that, and I think this is, lunch is really important for my son, or second chance breakfast. So he eats as if he's a garbage disposal. And so but one of the things we've noticed this year is that it is really hard for the kids to all get through breakfast. Um, Oftentimes they are rushing or pushing each other or taking somebody else's lunch that doesn't want a breakfast that doesn't want it. And that really shouldn't be the case if our goal is to offer a second chance breakfast for them. It does provide a little bit more of a brain break for students, but also I think there's a time that teachers who are letting the kids out of the door also need an opportunity to get to the bathroom. And unfortunately, there's not a bathroom in every corner of the ring. So sometimes, even as a teacher, if I had to run to the copy machine in my high school that I taught at was a lot bigger than the schools we had, just in terms of the actual physical plant. So I needed enough time to go make copies if I needed something that I thought of immediately afterwards. So I think it gives the staff adequate time for a break. So this does also bring in the addition of advisory, which has been requested for multiple years from the middle schools. But it also balances a little bit more so that it is SEL lessons delivered twice a month by the counselors. And teachers have a dedicated advisory class to sort of supervise and support. But it also allows teachers to check in with students. And, I think there is something to be said about, and we see this also at the high school, that there is an opportunity to check in and sort of understand what's taking place if kids ask questions. So I think that's really an important aspect. And then I think it also allows opportunity for coaches, teachers, and counselors to work together to understand needs and plans. Now, there are some consideration that happens that we have to take into account. We do have to combine some classes into one strategically designed course to make sure that we're meeting the needs for those select students that are both EL and also need support from their IEP. It does require for us to think about how we're going to support language development while also supporting students in learning content in a structured way, as well as providing structures for ELD. And it does reduce the number of classes that students have, and it supports path reclassification. All very important aspects here. So what we know is that all students will have access to a choice elective, which was part of the outcome. All students will also receive more instructional time in their core class, which is also part of one of the expected outcomes. And all students will engage in an advisory period that is focused on social emotional learning, which is important. What we always know is that no schedule is ever going to make everyone happy. And so we just need to take that one into account that change is always hard. Um, as I remind our team, the only person that likes change is a baby with a dirty diaper. Um, but what it does require is for us to get really clear about communication as well as to provide consistent supports and processes. But we do need some board direction before we take this out to gather more feedback. So our plan is, depending on what the board says, whether or not we should move forward, is to then go back out and have larger conversations with both middle schools, both the teachers, the students, as well as the parents, And so the simple question for us is there anything that we're not considering that you sort of want to take into account? And, again, I understand that there's, we've been living the 8-period day, but, I want to honor the work of the teachers and the administrators that were on the committee. So if the board is amenable to moving forward with this, I want to make sure that we're not missing something that we would have worked on in 2017, 2018 when we came to the 8-period day schedule. So just real quick, just next steps. So we do plan on gathering stakeholder feedback, DAC, DLAC, PTA presidents, middle school teachers, and middle schools. I have talked with some representative groups so far. I know that I brought it up in middle school at MVEF. I've also talked about it with PTA presidents. They seem to be really, really receptive to it. They like the fact that advisory period is coming in and the social emotional supports. They also would love for that to be an opportunity for kids to get additional homework help or classwork help if they're struggling. The middle school committee will also meet. We'll take it to DAC as well as DLAC. The middle school committee will meet again and get feedback and make a recommendation. And then if the board agrees to this, the new schedule will be communicated and implemented in the following year. I don't think that the lift, while there are some adjustments and some things that we have to take into account, I don't think that the lift is so heavy that it would take us multiple years to implement. So I do think that it's really important for us to keep pressing ahead if the board is amenable. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rudolph. I appreciate the kind of check-in at this point and then possibly going back out for a lot of public input from our community and our parents. I see there are questions from trustees. We will start with Vice President Chang and then move to Trustee Blakely.
Thank you. Just two quick questions for on the option 3. And this will be for Dr. Rudolph or perhaps even committee members, since we have the luxury of them being here. The blocks being on Wednesday, Thursday. What's the rationale for the blocks being on Wednesday, Thursday versus a Tuesday, Thursday, or like mixing it? So having the 2 long periods back-to-back days. The first question. And the second one is just maybe I missed the context is the extra 6 minutes on the block days. Is that just for is that announcements, or what is that 6 minutes, and the extra 2 minutes on the last period on Wednesday? What is that? Thank you. Just those 2 questions.
So I'm actually going to ask either Mr. Gar, Ms. Victor, or some of the middle school teachers. I'm only presenting this, so I can't answer those questions to the best of my ability. And so I want to turn it over to them so that they can answer that. And by all means, feel free to also stand up if you want to add something to what Tara says.
Thank you. I'm going to give it my best try, and thanks for anybody else jumping in. So the idea of putting those block days on Wednesday and Thursday is because Thursday is already an early dismissal day, and it allowed us the opportunity to include a couple of blocks and advisory. And then on Wednesday, we could complete the other blocks so that teachers had longer time for everything and we could fit advisory in. It worked better that way because Thursday is already an odd day. And then teachers would have consistency with kids rather than splitting up the week. It allows them to see all of their periods Monday and Tuesday, have that split Wednesday and Thursday, and then wrap up the week with everybody again on Friday. And the reason for the additional minutes on Wednesday at that end is because you have 2 really long blocks back to back. And so the teachers really felt important that they'd be able to have some brain break time in between those 2. And so adding that extra little bit of minute could give them some time to either do some announcements or just have some brain break space in between those really long blocks.
The only other thing I would add is that and this is just me thinking about it from a master scheduler standpoint, Tuesdays and Wednesdays and Thursdays are also the days that you rarely see a day off. And so that provides a lot more consistency. Whereas if I had to plan on a longer period being on a Friday, it's possible I'm going to lose that Friday for some various reason, but it is rare that you lose the middle of the week to the schedule change.
Trustee Blakely.
Thank you. Can you remind me again who was on the committee? Like how many staff from each school and?
So yeah, I can pull it back up. There were 3 teachers from Graham. Hold on, sorry. There we go.
Oh.
Wait, Terry, is that me or you? Oh, okay. So we have 2 teachers from Crittenden, 3 teachers from Graham, and then 2 administrators and 2 district office staff members.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions from trustees? All right, if you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you may raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or you can approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card. Seeing as there is no public comment at this time, we will move on to comments from trustees. Vice President Chang.
Thank you. Well, just want to thank all the work for everyone who went to these. As a middle school teacher, I find the thoughtfulness on how you did your schedule to be really impressive. Option 3 actually really is a great option, and I'd like to kind of give some context why is that. So the high school district, they use a 4-day block schedule. So, but the kids are older, so they can handle longer blocks. And they went to one of the reasons the high school district went to the blocks is to reduce their homework load, because in the high school, if they have blocked 4 days a week, they only have half as many classes, and teachers tend to sometimes underestimate how long homework takes. So if you have 7 periods, you can end up with a lot of homework unintentionally. But so while the reduces the schedule homework, it's that age group. Like I think having 1 block a week for each of your classes with option 3, it really does allow the projects and labs, which still requires setup. So it really feels developmentally appropriate. Yeah, so I just think this is really commend the schedule option 3. I wish I had the schedule where I work. So thank you. Yeah.
Trustee Blakely.
I think I'm probably the only person that was on the board when we went to the 8-period schedule. And the thing that was so important was making sure every kid got an elective. There were a lot of kids that did not. And so, well, I'm sure some of the kids my kids would have loved to have Spanish and music, but whatever, as long as each kid gets 1 elective, then I'm comfortable with the recommendation. And for all the reasons, those of you who know more than I do, it sounds like 3 is a great way to go. And thank you for all the work on the committee.
Yeah, sorry.
Trustee Berman.
Yes, definitely want to second what my colleagues have said. I'm supportive of this proposed schedule. It looks like option 3 strikes that balance. And thank you for all your commitment to the work and putting the needs of students, what you're noticing, sort of at the forefront in designing the schedule. It looks great.
I have nothing to add.
Thank you, Trustee Lambert. I agree with my colleagues. I truly appreciate the work that went into this. This is not an easy problem to tease apart and try to reframe. I'm very thankful that kind of the next step in the process is community outreach to parents and students to get input from them as well, because in the Mountain View Wisman PTA president's meeting yesterday, some people hadn't seen that this was on the agenda for this evening. And I got a little bit of a deer in the headlights moment, like watching some of them go, oh my goodness, like, what does this mean? How will this affect my child? How do I understand what's going on? So I think there's a lot of outreach and kind of education about the process and the reasoning behind it that will be very, very useful. So I think that's a great step. And then figuring out how to serve the needs of our ELD students, our students with IEPs or who need additional supports. If we compress that into 1 period, do they have the same teacher? Are they with different, I think there's still some questions up in the air about how that's going to work. I'd love to see us also provide at the school site level, possibly guidance around what's going to happen in advisory. So it's not just kind of completely unstructured. There is some support around whether or not we're moving through some SEL goals for the campus or what have you, that there's a little bit of structure to it as well. And then I do have a question that I should have asked earlier. What do children in an 85-minute PE class do?
It's the greatest day ever. Play, they play basketball. So it really, I know I'm being facetious. My son would love it, but there are times like I know country line dancing apparently is one of their favorite lessons. You just get the opportunity to really dive into some topics, that you are to really like, you've been learning about the concepts of of a particular sport, and then you get the opportunity to really, put it together. But at the same time, sometimes it's just a great time to go outside and just be a kid for an extended period of time. And I know, again, and I hate to keep bringing my son up, but for him, he's rushing from one class to another. He then has to get dressed. He has to get outside, line up, stretch. Then he gets a quick lesson. Then he has to go out to the field, run back, change, and then get to class. And that can be a lot. Not that I suspect any middle schoolers are going to be taking showers in between, because that's not the thing. But it gives everyone the opportunity to enjoy it for a little bit more, but not feel as rushed. And what I often equate our mornings to is just like when you're trying to get through TSA to rush to a flight, just the amount of stress and anxiety that you put on yourself when you can just get there a little bit earlier and sort of breeze through. And then I like to smile at the people who are running to their flights instead. And I think that's the equivalent of what a longer PE period would feel like.
All right, so in option 3, I see that PE is period 5, theoretically. And so that Wednesday with 2 long blocks back to back, I'm way less concerned about those 2 blocks back to back because one of them is PE. It also looks like we have math and science on Thursdays and then ELA and social studies on Wednesdays. I wonder, was that a deliberate choice or just kind of
It's
it just
just a
panned out that
model
way?
example. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Different kids with a different schedule.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So it's not going to be the same for every student across the board.
Right. But what it does do is it gives every teacher the opportunity to, like, if I wanted to talk about the Silk Road, I could really dive into the Silk Road, and we could do, we in my classroom, we built the game of, it's almost like the game of Risk, which I don't even know if kids play anymore. But we turned the floor into a map, and then we were able to really, talk about sort of the Silk Road trade group. But you can't do that in a 60-minute period class because but you got to move the chairs, you got to get the kids reorganized and stuff. So all of the classes know that they will have that opportunity to do some really intentional deep dives and some rich conversations. Things like Socratic seminars, teams, games, teams, cooperative learning strategies, project-based learning activities. You just get the opportunity to do it a lot more because you have an extended period of time.
Vice President Ching.
Thank you. Thank you, President Connolly, for mentioning about the advisory, and thank you for earlier, Dr. Rudolph, when he said that, advisory could be a beautiful thing, but it could also be a real mess. And given that this is going to be kind of a new experience for us as a district, to really strongly encourage, and especially since we're rolling this out next year, taking this runway, if we know that the tea leaves are going to option 3 and advisory is going to happen, using these next few months to really develop what that looks like. Some of our elementary schools use responsive classroom, and their middle school program has a different name. It's called developmental design. I did my training through that. Highly recommend it. It's a good program. They do virtual training now. It's not cheap to do that certification, nor is responsive classroom at Stevenson and schools like that. But then it gives you really good foundation. There are also like little decisions to make about how you roster your advisory. So like if we take cue from the really successful AVID program in our high schools at Los Altos and Mount View High, they loop their kids in AVID, right? So it's like, it's all kinds of interesting things for the middle school staff to think about. Like, do you want to have the same advisees for 2 years in a row, or 3 years in a row, or so in addition to whether if you're not going to train in one program like developmental design, at the very least, like take the best elements of multiple programs, Because if you don't, what Dr. Rudolph said is so true. Even if it's only once a week, it becomes such a lost opportunity if we don't actually plan for it. Yeah, thank you.
All right, if there are no further comments from trustees, we will now move on to our review and action items. Thank you again to our committee members who are here. We truly appreciate you. Thank you for your time on this. We're going to start with item 8A, the approval of schematic design, budget, and schedule for the Montaloma Elementary School Perimeter Controls Project. And we will hear from our Chief Business Officer, Dr. Rebecca Westover.
Yep, procedural question related to that. On the slides, the history and context. Are we going over each step of the history context, or can that be, like, given that we all lived through that and the public can go through the slides, can that be condensed? I mean, I don't know if at the discretion of the president.
Absolutely. I think we can move to where we are now pretty quickly. I agree.
No problem, Trustee Chang. I'm happy to move quickly. I'm very crushed. Tonight, I'll be presenting the Montaloma Elementary School Perimeter Controls Project and schematic design presentation. I'm going to skip through the context and history because the board has lived through all this 3-year process that has gotten us here. Let me move through this. This is also similar to what all of the community meetings covered. We went through the process, the community input, looking at what a Miro board looked like that Carducci produced each time we held a meeting, how we communicated with residents, the different methods that we used, postcards that were sent out, and then lessons learned. And one thing I wanted to highlight is that we offer meeting space to neighborhood organizations at no charge for a small community service requirement. So the idea is that we are community partners in providing open space because we are one of the largest landholders in the city. This is a diagram when we look at the open space that's provided throughout the city of Mountain View. The 3 options that were considered. So we presented 3 options, and then the Board of Trustees provided direction on which option to consider. And then we had further meetings to get community input on the option that we were considering. So these are the meetings that were held: School Site Council, English Language Advisory Committee, and PTA Executive Board, staff meeting, principal pop-in hour, and a community meeting at Montaloma. In general, feedback from the final meeting with the community, they were very excited to be moving forward. They felt that it was a good compromise, and they were happy with the process. There was a request to have decorative iron fencing only. There was a request to have a higher fence, 10 to 12 feet, and a request to keep it as it had been planned. But I think the overall general sentiment of the meeting was that they felt it was a good compromise. Feedback from school groups. Honestly, there were limited questions due to previous meetings, and they're looking forward to moving forward. We did have some feedback from the city. They're requesting to move the fence closer to the pathway near the right and left field line of the baseball field. I'll show a diagram in just a moment for the board. To move the fence line near the soccer field further into the grass to square off the end of the soccer field and align with the adjacent pathway, and align fencing with existing sprinkler lines. So this is the diagram that the city provided. The red lines are what they were requesting. This blue line here, for example, is what is in the plans currently. So this would be taking the fence line that is diagonal here and squaring it off. I guess squaring it off. So the impact of the city's requests, it adds about 125 feet of chain link fencing, which increased the cost about $35,000. Typically, fence lines near a baseball field are straight so players know where the boundary is for a foul ball. Investigation has not been done to know the impact of adjusting the fence line around current irrigation lines. These are the schematic design drawings. These are all also posted online because it is very small to see in this presentation. So community members were able to look at this more closely if they wished. And these are some diagrams of what the fencing and the gates would look like. And then as well as the materials. So this is similar to materials that we use at all of our other school sites. During the community meeting, there was also a discussion about the greening process that we're undertaking now, and that really the focus is not to be on the fences and gates at the campus, but to be on our greening process. This is the overall budget for the fencing of around $800,000. And our schedule. This shows that the majority of the construction will take place during the summer. And then any questions?
Vice President Ching.
Thank you. Thank you for the brevity of that too. The question, the request for the ornamental fencing by the community, in our current staff proposal to us, does that lead to more ornamental fencing at Monte Loma versus the other sites that we already did our perimeter security? So like, because I know like every site has a mixture of things, but, and would that mean, because I know that ornamental fencing is also more expensive. So like the proposal coming to us, does it have a lot more ornamental fencing than what we did at the other school sites?
No, this is similar to what we've done at other school sites where we have the iron ornamental fencing at the front of the school, and then the rest of it is the chain link.
And then when this proposal came to us, when we first voted on this, I think it was back in August, the Carducci proposals had like a $500,000 option. It was all of them were at 500,000 basically. What are some of the escalations since August to now that this is coming back at 800,000?
Yeah, there's been significant escalation since we took on this project. A lot of it has to do with the cost of materials. There was some escalation due to we changed some of the fencing line, but that was pretty minimal. The most of it is honestly just because of the cost of materials.
Trustee Lambert.
Is the city recommendation or city proposal, is that just a proposal that that the district is considering?
I think this is something that we would ask for guidance from the board on of how you would like us to proceed.
Trustee Blakely.
I'm just curious, this has come up before. During the Little League games, a lot of times the little kids like to ride their bikes around the field, the baseball field. And I'm wondering whether it's possible to prop those gates open so that they can go around the whole field during the games, because it sounds like they're going to be automatically locking, but they'd be unlocked. It's not something that could be left open. Or is it?
It's something that we could do. So if the board would like us to install hooks to keep the gates open, so residents can hook the gates open, we can do that. One thing to be aware of is if we do that, there are springs in the gates. And when you open the gate like that and keep it permanently open, we replace springs more often, and eventually they stop closing automatically, which is one of the functions of the gates that we have now, because if the gate stays open, it doesn't serve its purpose. But if the board would prefer to have the hook on, we can do that, and then we just replace springs.
Thank you.
Vice President Ching.
Has there been any discussion or requests to have the city perhaps cover some of the cost especially since this opens up, functional park space for Monte Loma community? So this 800,000 proposal coming to us, any discussion of the city offsetting some of that for us?
That's something that hasn't been explored. I don't know if that is part of something that the city would be interested in, but if the board would like us to, we can reach out.
Trustee Blakely.
Just one more question. With the squaring off of the field, did they give a rationale for that? I kind of like it in a way because it provides more play area for the students during the day without having to go into the field. But was there a rationale for that?
I didn't ask, but I'm going to assume that it has to do with mowing the grass. The same thing for the line on the baseball field.
Oh, okay. I don't know. It's not a squared off line on the baseball field, but maybe.
I think because it would leave a small strip of grass on the other side of the fence, so they would have to bring the mower around to the other side.
Oh, I see. I had a question. It says we haven't investigated the irrigation lines. Why?
So typically when we install our fencing, we don't install it around irrigation and we'll move the irrigation to where it needs to be. There was a request from the city to be mindful of where irrigation lines were and adjust the fencing based on the main irrigation lines. Because from my understanding of the way irrigation works, when you put a fence in front of it, it affects the throw of your heads.
That makes me wonder too if the lines around the baseball field might be related to irrigation as well. I don't know. Any other further questions from trustees? All right, we'll take public comment. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or approach the podium with a yellow speaker card. Seeing as there is no public comment at this time, we'll move to comments from trustees. Trustee Lambert.
Okay, so I'll start off with the city's proposal. It strikes me as going back to whatever it was, option B, that we discussed a long time ago, and felt that option C was a better option. What this does is just add a whole much more fencing to this area here, compared to the district's proposal. And it also, what we talked about before, completely sort of cuts off this large vista and feeling of open space that we talked about back in the fall. So I think the city should have had, they had their opportunity to input and should have inputted then rather than made it then rather than start doing stuff at the last minute. I want to go back for a second too and thank Dr. Westover for the excellent presentation she gave at the most recent Montaloma meeting. There were about 25 people attended. It went very well, very positively. She got a lot of just personal thanks for the work she put in. And then talking about that meeting, many members of the public did make the same comment that Trustee Blakely made, is that the kids, would like to run their bike around, and yeah, that's a sort of important feature. One thing I would, to me, it's not perfect, but it's completely acceptable. Public liked it, at least liked the district's presentation. I would ask the district, though, to consider, at least on the fence that is, looking at the street facing the back, is to, rather than that, have a 6-foot height, maybe a 4-foot height. So it keeps that feeling of openness that sort of this park has and is very valuable to the community. We go back, I'm totally against what the city is planning to do here, or what they would like to do. And I would bring that back to the, I would feel the district would have to bring that back to the community.
Can I ask a question, Trustee Lambert? So I know you're opposed to the squaring off. Do you have strong feelings about the baseball diamond, about extending the fence there or keeping it in the same place? They're looking at basically the sides of the diamond, having the fence run along the curved path beside it.
I guess I'm not too sure what's trying to be accomplished by all that. I think the district's design seemed very simple and very straightforward, rather than, being over-designed. I mean,
okay.
Again, I've said this before at other meetings, is simplicity. Keep that feeling of openness and not being overbuilt, right? We have to do something, but just let's not go overboard.
Thank you. Other comments from trustees? Trustee Blakely.
Just to the Trustee Lambert's point, if the community, I was going to say, if the community is interested in keeping those gates on the edges of the field so that they could have hooks during the baseball game during the weekend. Even if we have to replace springs more often, I think that would be a good thing, just based on my own personal experience where my younger kid learned how to ride his bike around that field, and so did a lot of the other younger siblings. And even when I visited the park, I see on the weekends, I see kids riding around there. So I'm in favor of that. But the city changes, I guess I just don't feel that strongly. I get the need to not have a complicated mowing. And I get your point about, especially with the piece, not squaring it off, making it feel more open. That kind of makes sense to me, to not take that change, but the changes on the side of the diamond, I'm kind of indifferent about.
This is like, I think Rebecca was, Dr. Westover was making an assumption of what the city might. She doesn't really know what's motivating this.
Yes.
Trustee Berman.
So I think I feel similarly. I think we've invested a lot of time and energy in seeking community input, and I think it's important to stick with sort of this original design schematic that has been presented from the district, in terms of that front line, that original design, not squaring it off by the soccer field. We'll keep that nice open feel. And the ones along the diamond, I guess my instinct is to just kind of continue to stick with the original plan. But I am somewhat indifferent. I'm not really sure what the rationale is, if there's something that we're missing along those sides there that kind of go along the pathway. So if there's something you notice, and doing some research out there where maybe that makes a little more sense. I mean, I think that difference is so small, but I really am indifferent about the diamond, that fence.
Vice President Chang.
Regarding the specific question about the city's request, I share the view of the board, the rest of the colleagues here, in that I would reject those requests. On the question of this being an action item, I do, and with greatest respect for the work put in by Dr. Westover in the community, this being a voting item, I will be voting no on this item. It has to do with the cost. The partition of the Monte Loma School Park in order to create a kind of all-day space for the Monte Loma community is right for the community, because the community doesn't have that kind of open space. But it shouldn't, like, our bond money is a bond money for our kids. So what I think is basically spending, and I understand that the other perimeter fencing, is done for the safety of our kids too. But this $800,000 price tag, last year at this time, we had a Measure T update, and we had spent 1.3 trillion to fence off the other school sites. And that's 9 elementary schools. 1.3, and we're spending at this action item is 800,000 for one school site. And I understand escalation of cost and things like that, but at the very least, I don't like the idea that, I like the idea that Monte Loma deserves a park. That's right. But that's the city's responsibility. And to the city not contributing, I understand we didn't ask them to, but then the city not contributing to this project that is half the total of what we spend on fencing for all the other schools doesn't sit right with me. So while I think the compromise is a good one, the policy-wise, and I agree with the rest of the board in rejecting the city's request, especially since they didn't pay for it, I can't actually vote for this tonight because the city is not contributing to what is a community park benefit paid by school on money.
All right, trustees. So right now it sounds like we're going to take a vote in a little bit, but it sounds like there's a clear board majority for proceeding with the plan as originally presented to the community at the most recent community meeting. I am curious, I feel a little nervous about the fact that we don't have an actual clear understanding of why the city made the request and that we haven't asked them. My understanding is that the request came in almost right before the community meetings. There wasn't really an opportunity to incorporate it in what was presented to the community. but that was a week or two ago.
I'm happy to reach out to the city and ask specifically, why they wanted to square it off and why they wanted to change the line by the baseball diamond.
I'm just worried about making a decision without actually understanding the request. But I may be the only one, which is fine. And, I do think there's an opportunity, something we haven't explored here that a community member brought up to me that goes to your point, Vice President Chang, is the idea of maybe exploring a land lease with the city for some of our open space. That on sites like Mauna Loma, where we could dedicate parkland space, what about entering a lease arrangement with the city so that it's leased as park space outside of the school fence? I don't know if that's something that we might want to bring back in the future if other trustees have an appetite for looking at that. Some of our other sites might work well for that too. I'm thinking like this huge field out here that neither school uses all of every day, for example, could part of that be leased as park space and be outside of a school boundary fence, but something to consider. Is there a motion from trustees?
Sure. I move that the board approve the Mauna Loma fence proposal as presented by the district.
I don't know if this is appropriate or the Roberts rules. Would it be okay to modify that proposal to leave some discretion with the district for the fences along the baselines, depending on what the rationale is and what makes sense?
You can offer a friendly amendment, or you can make a second motion, and if the first motion doesn't passes, then the second motion could pass. Or you could offer a friendly amendment, like it could come, maybe this comes back later.
Well, I guess I would make a friendly amendment, but I don't know if it needs to be for
Well,
the.
it has to, Trustee Lambert has to approve the amendment, or you have to make your own separate motion.
Okay, I'm just offering it up that there's be some discretion for the baselines.
No.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
I think I'm going to say no because I want some flexibility on the baselines. So, but if you are, then it'll pass.
Can you just clarify for me? So just say that one more time. So for the area around the softball, the baseball diamond, give the district the discretion once they look into what the rationale is.
For the ones along the two
To
base
make the
paths,
decision about which one to.
where exactly the fence should go on those along the two base paths.
And then once they, and with that, would you ask that come back to us?
I'd be comfortable approving it with a little bit of flexibility on there to not have it come back to us.
I think from staff's perspective, it would be hard for me to make the determination what is a good reason and what is not a good reason.
Okay, if you were to get a good reason, would we be able to easily modify this motion if it made a lot of sense? Or we just move forward?
I think we'd have to come back.
This
Have
is
to come
That
back
would
to the
have,
board.
that would have to come back.
So this is, I think this is one of the challenges, is there is a motion on the floor to accept things as they are and be done with things, which, oh, Trustee Lambert, is that? And then there's also some concern about actually investigating the reasoning behind that and then reviewing it. Yes, Trustee Lambert.
First of all, I'm just looking at this and I wish I'd walked over there to take a look at it. What I see right now is a fence going right along the path that
Yeah.
goes out through the park. And as we know from our input, the community is very concerned about widths of paths, about bicycle access, about any fences before being too close to the, to any of the walkways. And that's why Carducci designed the way they did. Okay, now we have the city pulling it back,
So,
against everything we've been doing for several years. I mean, honestly.
yeah, so
You've convinced me. I will vote for the motion.
all right, I think, so we have a motion and we had a second. So we should now vote on the motion to proceed with the Carducci design All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Okay. On a motion made by Trustee Lambert and seconded by Vice President Chang, the board has voted to approve the Carducci plan as presented with trustees Lambert, Berman, Blakely, and Conley in the affirmative, and trustee Chang voting no.
Yeah, make one comment? before
Yes, trustee Lambert.
So this has been going on, as we all know, for a long time, okay? I'm going to really make a stretch here and speak for the Bonaloma community, okay? You know, forgive me if I'm misrepresenting anybody, but I do believe that the majority of the Bonaloma community is very glad to see an end to this, to see something that is a compromise that works well for the school, for the teachers, for the students, keeps this park open and this open space feeling that we all really need. So I thank all of you for bearing with many of us for many years. You know, I thank the district for all the hard work you put in and, you know, working with the city and the community. So especially you, Dr. Westover. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, trustee Lambert. And thank you for, I think you and trustee Berman have provided a lot of insight to the whole board regarding the issue. And I agree. Thank you to our staff. And most importantly, thank you to not only the students and staff and families who attend Mauna Loma, but the entire Mauna Loma community for being a part of what was a very, very challenging process. But I think that the end result is something everybody got a little bit of what they wanted, but not quite all of it, but it's something that we can all live with. So thank you very much. We will now move on to item 8B, resolution number 01-031424, Arts R Education. On the cover page, it says it's a presentation by trustees. I'm not sure who brought the resolution, so whoever did, if you would like to present to the board, please feel free to do so. Dr. Rudolph?
I did not bring it. I have brought them before. Our former Crittenden art music teacher, Leanne Rapella, had asked me to do this some years ago. And I think it's become a tradition annually because March is Arts Education Month, and I'm heartily in favor of it. And yeah.
I think that passing this resolution in honor of Leanne Rapella is absolutely the right thing to do. Are there any questions from trustees? If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card. Seeing as there is no public comment at this time, is there a motion from trustees?
I move that we adopt resolution number 01-031424, Arts R Education as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On a motion made by trustee Blakely and seconded by trustee Berman, the resolution 01-031424, Arts R Education, has been passed unanimously. Do trustees want to do a choral reading, or we can forego the choral reading, that's fine. Okay. We'll move on to item C, the 23-24 second interim budget report from our Chief Business Officer, Dr. Rebecca Westover.
May I just,
Oh, yes.
I was just going to ask a quick question about when we need to make a motion to extend the meeting. I don't remember how the new bylaw quite played out, but we're going to need that.
Because is this truly a 30-minute item? Because that puts us at a closed session, 10 minutes enough for that?
No, we're going to have to, we will need to extend the meeting for closed session. Under our newly adopted bylaw, do we have to wait until 9:30?
You don't have to wait, but you have time to wait till you're closer.
All right, so let's take this item on, and then we can make a decision afterward before we moved into closed session about extending the meeting.
Sure. I have Nadia Pongo also with me tonight to present second interim. I can actually abbreviate much of the presentation because I know that the trustees had it ahead of time. So give me a moment to share my screen and I'll fly through. If there's something that you would like me to slow down for, please say so. If not, we'll just move quickly. All right, so tonight we'll be presenting the second interim budget report. I'll skip over our strategic plan and how it connects. The board is aware that we try to stay with reserve levels between 17 and 20%. There's also some slides on the governor's budget. I will summarize all of these slides in a nutshell. The state is not doing as well as they would like. However, the governor is trying to reduce the impact on education. Looking at the COLA is projected to be very low for next year, but this is not an anomaly. If we look back at the history of the COLA, the last 2 years have actually been the anomaly. Because we're a basic aid district, this doesn't impact us the same way it impacts other districts. The way that it impacts us for the COLA are these specialty programs like child nutrition, mandated block grant, and special education. In fact, only 7% of MVWSD's funding come from state categorical sources. And moving on to our second interim report with Nadia.
Hello, good evening, trustees. In Mountain View Wisman community. Here we are presenting the second interim budget report. The second interim budget report includes the financial activity from July 1st to January 31st, and it needs to be adopted by March 17th. Here is our budget adoption process. In March, we are presented second interim, and we will continue to work in our 2024-25 budget. There's some concepts that we use a lot and may be useful for the audience. So the general fund, here we have some of the highlights of changes from first interim to second interim. From the state revenue, we recognize the arts and music in the schools, 682,000, and plan is in process. Shoreline, additional funds, 841,000, as well as local revenue such as interest revenue for 312,000. Position control, we are able to reflect some savings for some positions that we're not able to hire for. So this vacancy resulted in a savings of 317,000. And here we have the general fund by program of restricted and unrestricted. And we are projecting a net decrease of 3.9 million with an ending balance of 46 million and reserve levels of 33.43%. Here we have the multi-year projection for the general fund, and this multi-year projection does not include any salary increases that may be negotiated. Also for the revenue, we are projecting here the expiration of the parcel tax, as well as a little bit of the lease adjustment for Google expiring in February 26. For the expenditure side, in the year 2 and year 3, we are including the expenditures for by textbook adoption. You can see the reserve levels for the next 3 years. So some of the key assumptions that we use for the multi-year projection at this time at that point in time is 6% assessed value for the property tax, and for the 2 years out we use 3%. We use the parcel tax revenue expiring, as I mentioned it earlier, and also the STIRS and PERS retirement rates. We use the school services board. Some possible adjustments in the near future would be to include the possible cost increase for preschool and any other salary increases once negotiations have been concluded. We will continue to forecast the assessed value and make adjustments accordingly. We also wanted to share with you a snapshot of other funds. At this point in time, at second interim, this other funds include preschool and food services.
So next steps for us, taking questions, and then we'll recommend the approval of the second interim report, and we'll come back in front of you for the budget and LCAP development in the spring.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pongo and Dr. Westover. Are there questions from trustees?
Yes.
Trustee Lambert.
What is the major reason for the decrease in revenues from about 114 million to 110 million during the next few years?
In the third year out, we are projecting, we're including the parcel tax expiration. So therefore, the revenue decrease, as well as the lease that we were projecting for the Google lease expiring in February 26.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
If there are no further questions, we will take public comment. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you may raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or we don't have anyone in person to comment, I believe. Seeing as there is no public comment at this time, are there comments or a motion from trustees? Trustee Lambert.
We'll move that we approve the interim budget as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On a motion made by Trustee Lambert and seconded by Trustee Berman, the interim budget report is approved. The second interim budget report is approved unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, we are now at item 9, the opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. Now is the time for members of the public who would like to address the board regarding things from the closed agenda. Tonight's closed session has 3 items. To address the board, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card. Seeing as there's no public comment at this time, we will move on to item 10. However, is there a motion of trustees before we do so?
How long do you anticipate the closed session items?
Dr. Rudolph?
To 45 minutes max.
I move that we extend the meeting until 10:30.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On a motion made by Trustee Blakely and seconded by Trustee Berman, the board has voted unanimously to extend the meeting until 10:30 p.m. At 9:30 p.m., we will adjourn to closed session. At 10:24 p.m., we will reconvene open session. There was no action taken during closed session. We will now move on to item 12, board updates. Are there any board updates? I'll just share that not only was the legislative brunch over the weekend on Saturday, we had a great turnout from legislators all over the state, or all over our county, who represented us at the state level. A wonderful talk by Dr. Linda Darling Hammond. Also, the CSBA Ledge Action Week was this week. And so we had a great representation, again, meeting with all of our state legislators, including Becker and Berman, Senator Becker and Assemblymember Berman, who represent our district, to talk about the budget for the year and a couple of different bills that CSBA is supporting. Most importantly, as a facilities bond, trying to get a facilities bond on the November ballot. And that's all that I have. And we led a teacher housing tour last week. Dr. Rudolph, thank you so much for leading that tour and talking everyone through it. We had over 20 individuals turn out. It was trustees, but there were also superintendents and CBOs from other school districts throughout the county. And Dr. Rudolph, I just thought you did a magnificent job. I spent most of my time trying to convince a toddler that he could not get down and run around on a construction site, so I had to hold him while Dr. Rudolph ran the show. And then our PIO, our Public Information Officer, Shelley Hausman, also a special thanks to her because she was there for the entire time as well, supporting. So thank you so much. And then we'll move on to item 13, future. Oh, yes.
Follow up on the teacher housing. I request for Dr. Rudolph. I mean, I did invite, because I happen to be speaking with former trustee Colin Donato, and so I invited him to that. But then, you know, I spoke with Ellen, former trustee Wheeler. She has never had a tour. It would be great to have invite all of the former trustees who have been involved with that. Former trustee Nelson, trustee Wilson, Gutierrez.
I think it would be lovely to do that, but I also think we could pair it with inviting city council too.
At the appropriate time.
Like a community open house construction tour would be, I think that's a great idea. Thank
All
you
the
for bringing
people
that
who've
up.
sort of been involved that we haven't thought about it. You know, there's never enough, right?
Right. It has been a long process that a lot of people have worked on. Trustee, Vice President Chang.
Question about the future agenda. Are we on the future agendas?
Item 13,
calendar?
future board meeting dates. Yes.
Question about that. Is this the next one, boundary discussion? Is that one where we should send notes to community members or not needed for this?
No, this one is really the start of the conversation of how you want us to start looking at the challenge that's ahead of us. So it's really in the beginning stages. What things would you like us to explore and sort of research? What type of opportunities sort of exist? And so you're really going to create the guidepost, and then we'll start bringing back sort of different things. So I suspect this will take some time for us to dive in.
So it's very preliminary.
So
Trustee
really
Lambert.
more about addressing residential growth in Mountain View. And I guess what I'm doing is the choice of wording, right, is saying boundaries will alarm people tremendously. And so just addressing residential growth might be a accurate and maybe more accurate way of doing it.
We can make that change.
So some of us are interested in talking boundaries beyond growth.
We could talk, but it's part of it.
My only concern is 3 years from now, somebody being told, well, the district hid the discussion about this. Somebody saying, because you didn't say boundary. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't want anyone to feel like we hit the football.
Could we include it though in the?
Yeah,
in
maybe
the
it's got
introduction?
both in it. Yep.
Yeah,
Okay, that's a good idea.
so we're not violating any.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Future meeting dates are in the agenda, April 18th, May 2nd, May 16th, May 30th, and at 10:29 p.m. This meeting